Progress. We're good to go. Oh man, we made it. We made it to the freaking Shadowfell, guys. It took a minute, but we did it. Okay.
Gotta change my name.
Oh, I can share the whole thing because that's how we do it around here. All right, let's see. So, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, some stuff happened. Quite a few things happened. Zybilna, in an attempt to reconstruct her court after Grisetz sent away some key players, in her court, uh, she went and sent the party off to Selenis to return Jace Silverlong back to the fold. Jace Silverlong wasted no time turning on the charm, and he actually shared an intimate moment with Zybilna at one point, who uh, quickly told him that it was not a good idea, that there is a dangerous and jealous individual in these halls, and you should be quite careful. Um, Alongside Jace Silverlong, uh, a couple of new players joined. It seemed that your old friend and hound Hound Dog, Blink Dog. The curse was finally lifted with great effort from Zybilna, and lo and behold, a summer court knight by the name of Tamlin revealed himself. No longer interested in being a part of that court due to some past mischief with the Summer Queen. Tamlin, in thanks for the fixing of this curse, has pledged his allegiance to Prismeer and its Lady of the Carnival, Zybilna, and showed off some pretty devastating paladin abilities upon arriving. Alongside this new player at court, there is someone indeed quite courtly, an individual, Vivian, who seems to be the daughter of, has a great pedigree of the god of dreams, Morpheus, and the Lady of the Lake, the leader of the Spring Court of this amazing pedigree, and also known as the Dream Weaver, seemingly their Fey title, was recruited and very quickly came into the trust of Zybilna, seeming to share many goals and ideas. The two of them sort of sharing intimate knowledge so as to keep each other safe. Vivian sharing her disdain for the Summer Queen, whereas Zybilna sharing her personal plans to unite the Feywild, which probably wouldn't sit well with its leaders if they found out. So with that, Jace, Vivian, and Tamlin join the Knights of the Scorched Earth alongside its two veteran players, Trixie and Brock. After having been around for such a long time, Jace was also given the title of the Duke of All Horizons. The next day, the party got ready to go. Trixie was given a tuning fork to the Shadowfell and the Abyss, as it seems that Zybilna is ready to take up Grisetz on his offer to return to Azugrat to regain her treaties of Azugrat, so that she may complete her great work and an artifact of substantial power to help in the war to come. So, all of you now have stepped out of a very strange tent full of very strange mirrors. And some of which seeing strange things in those mirrors, and stepping into a very miasmic, dark, sort of anguishing realm that is the Shadowfell, and into the carnival, the sister carnival to the Witchlight Carnival. It is run by Isolde, and all of you are here to obtain the power here, that this is somehow related to the autumn portion of the prophecy of Season's Fall. And in finding whatever power the prophecy means to reference. You'll be one step closer to binding the Feywild to your will and changing it forever. So, as you all exit the tent and you all look around, you're going to hear a stumbling behind all of you guys. You think perhaps it's the winged bull, but alas, it's not. As you turn around, you see a goblin with sleek black hair tied back into a neat ponytail. As much as a goblin could look nice, this goblin looks fairly nice with a fine sort of like palish green hue to their skin, a little bit older, some salt and pepper in the black hair, and dressed in a very, very fine blue overcoat, very fine sort of the dress and wear that is expected by the housing staff of the Palace of Heart's Desire. This person sort of comes out and dusts himself out and puts himself upright and goes, oh yes, Master Tamlin! And he bows lowly, and says, indeed, you'll have to excuse me. I was meant to introduce myself the day before, but I did not expect how quickly you'd move. I had to make some recruitment. I will get to that later. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Major Domo Puglub, and I shall be the leader of your retinue, being a knight of substantial station. It is only fitting, as Zabilna thought, that you may have retainers to see to your needs and whims. And he bows once more.
Nice to meet you, good sir.
Indeed, a great pleasure to be in your service, sir. So I shall be your major domo, which means that I will be in charge of your retinue and such. And I have two other retainers with me, who I shall introduce to you now. Where are they? And he starts patting around his jacket, and he's like, oh, there's the first one. And he goes into his inner pocket and produces, and opens his hand, and you see this young fairy girl. She's dressed like a fairy, like leafy and stuff, and she has like a little tiny blue overcoat that matches Peglub. But that's the only sign of nice attire. Other than that, she's just like a little fairy girl. She's very Tinkerbell-esque, except the hair is down. Very like petite person. Doesn't wear any shoes. She has two big dragonfly wings. And she's sort of like, oh my, and she sort of gets herself and stands up in his hand, and her wings start fluttering, and she flutters up into the air up to you, and she'll bow very courteously to you, and she says, allow me to introduce myself. I will be one of your attendants. My name is Moonbeam.
Oh, nice to meet you, Moonbeam.
Oh, thank you. It's about such a pleasure. I am an expert at messages and minor diplomacy, so if you ever require a message to be sent here or there, I'm happy to attend to you in this way or any other way. Of course, I'm one of your retainers in your service. This is my first time. And she just like bows like three more times.
Well, aren't you a pleasant little thing?
Oh my god, thank you. And she like blushes a little bit. All the while you see Peglub continuing to fiddle on the other side of his jacket. He goes, come here. And he produces a rather strange creature, which Trixie and Brock will absolutely recognize. I'm actually just going to post a picture because there's a funny little creature. You two would recognize these as Brignog from the mines when you first came to Prismere. You see this again in a small blue attending jacket, but looks like a very much like old butler looking fellow, bald on the head, white eyebrows that have been sort of trimmed down clearly, a big fluffy white mustache that covers his entire mouth, yellowish green skin, but is dressed quite finely in a sort of very much like a butler attire. I will post a picture. He doesn't look like this at all, but this is what the race of creature looks like. I'm going to put that in the Facebook. There we go. As he sort of is in the hand, and it also has like a little ball of light that seems to just float around him, which you two would know to be his soul. And that's how they work. And he sort of stands himself up and goes, I've never. Stands himself up and and sees you, Tamlin, bows, sort of like he looks a little old. His bow isn't quite as deep, but you know he's trying. He goes, "It's a pleasure. My name is my name is Trig. I will be your attendant as well. I was recruited because of my familiarity with with all of you. Hello, hello." And he waves to you, Brock, and you, Trixie, especially, and then waves yes to you, Vivian, as well. Yeah, you remember me? You remember me from your adventures? You remember me?
Yes, he
You
does.
personally?
Yeah, me personally. That's why I took on the job because it was such a pleasure getting to meet you and what fun we had. And you definitely remember me, right? I wasn't like a very minor character that was kind of forgettable. You remember me quite well, right?
Mm,
They're very good at tunneling. He's probably excellent at it.
oh, yeah. I remember.
And they're super,
You.
super fast, or kind of. They make everybody else slow, and then they,
Himlin bows deeply. Master Trig, it's nice to know that you have some friends here.
Oh, my master's friend. Well, yes. After yes. So I thought I'd come along and be by my old friends again, right? We were all friends. But anyway, but yes, indeed, I'm not so much into the mining as my race usually is. I can do it if I'm your attendant. So if that is what you please of me, that is what I shall do. But I also am exceptionally good with my hands. So if you ever require any stitching to be done, or your armor to be unbent after a battle, or a sword to be sharpened, I can do it lickety split. I could do about an hour. I could do an hour of work almost instantly.
Oh, well, that does seem very convenient indeed.
Indeed, I have some minor control over time passage. So this is that's why I was chicked, whatever. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. You bows deeply.
Yeah. Oh, very well then, Master Peglob. Shall we? You've all introduced yourselves to the remainder of the group. Would it be all right if I had a moment with the group before we proceed into the carnival?
Oh, certainly. I will organize your retainers, and if you need anything, please just speak to me, and I shall organize, unless you, of course, wish to speak to them personally. In the meantime, allow me to assess your bowl and make sure all of your things are in good standing and good repair. Very well, right this way, he says to the other two attendants, and he'll just kind of wander off and start checking your bowls, like strap and starting.
All right. Now, if I'm sorry, what's the name of the entire group again? The Knights of
Scorched Earth.
Knights of the Scorched Earth. Now, if I may, Knights of the Scorched Earth. We're all here for various reasons. Obviously, we have different connections to Zabilna and different reasons for aiding her in this endeavor. However, I do find it worth mentioning that we are attending to an element of a prophecy, and that is something very legendary indeed. So, if you don't mind, I'd like for us to each take a moment and consider what this part of our journey means to each of us individually. He's going to go on and kind of continue to talk, and essentially, he's going to inspiring leader everybody for 10 minutes.
Hey, there we go. You guys start hearing the speech. You guys are like, oh boy, here goes orientation. But after
He's
a
still
couple
going.
minutes in,
It's been 7 minutes. He's still going.
Brock, be quiet. Listen.
everyone else is like super into it. And yeah, you guys see like through a skill of words, Tamlin tries to prescribe to a new group that not very used to. And begins to, and after a couple minutes, seems to enthrall all of you into this speech and inspire you to forward forth on your journey, and all of you get on the same page and feel a little more confident about the battles and trials to come.
All right, so that's 20 temporary hit points to everyone.
Nice.
Thank you.
I'll take that.
Much appreciated.
And as well, you'll notice that as he's kind of got the group clustered in closely. The closer
Cast
you
Circle of Death.
are, the closer you are physically to Tamlin, his conviction and confidence and maybe determination seem very infectious. And as such, due to aura of courage and aura of protection, if you are within 10 feet of him, you cannot be frightened and you gain +5 to every saving throw.
Within
Paladins,
10
man.
feet?
Yep.
See, +10. Oh my god, these.
That's a lot.
No, +5 to every saving throw.
Okay. Okay.
And immune to being frightened.
Great.
How close do we
Great.
need to be? You said 10 feet?
10 feet. Yep.
So what do we want to do first? Do we just want to walk around the carnival or go somewhere specific, ask questions?
I mean, we should probably ask around.
I've never been
Right.
here and I have no idea where we would find Isolde. Is that her name?
Right. We're looking
Isolde.
for Yeah.
Isolde.
Excuse me.
Isolde. Let's I suppose let's find someone who looks like they may know and ask.
At the very least, somebody that works here. That'll get us on the right path.
I'm
Fantastic.
just gonna turn into my wolfie just so you know, because when I talk to people, it doesn't work very well. And if I'm a wolf, then I can't talk to people. So I'm just gonna wild shape into my dire wolf.
Literally is so sick of being the charisma.
I try so hard and I roll so badly every fucking time.
But
Oh
you
my
do
God, it's-
so well.
I say the
No,
right
you do
thing.
good.
You
But I roll
charm
badly.
people all the time, and they can't.
I
resist
disagree.
you.
I disagree. Half the time you roll surprisingly well about half the time, if you ask me.
Fine.
But
I can do
yeah,
it
no worries.
as often as I want now, so I want to, wild shape more. So I'm gonna just wild shape
Just
for a little bit.
Woof.
Okay.
Roll persuasion.
Yeah, I can intimidate as a dire
As a
wolf.
wolf, roll persuasion. You just so Trixie's like, I'm sick of being the face. I'm out, and just turns into a wolf.
I'm happy to speak to whoever we
That's
can.
exactly what she says.
I mean,
Word for word.
fair.
I'm out. I'm out. Incredible. So I think the first thing that you guys would see, yeah. Oh man, it's been a minute since I looked at this map. So you see two things. You see a lot of things around you, and indeed, it truly is the dark reflection of the Witchlight Carnival. There's much to see and much to do, but it's definitely got like a sort of darker gloom. It's very much like a Halloween. If the Witchlight Carnival was having like really went in for Halloween and started running it at night, this would be the Witchlight Carnival. You see a number of vendors and stalls in front of you, but you also see, having set up shop, a number of other stalls that seem to have like fairy lights and more Fey-esque creatures here and there. Yeah, so there's stalls with like the blues and the green lights, and then there's stalls with like normal red lights. The ones with the colorful lights seem to be more Fey, or at least the attendants seem to be more Fey. Items seem to be more Fey from the Fey realm, whereas the other ones seem to be a little less so. They seem to be a little bit more broody and dark, very much playing into the themes of this settlement. So those are the things that are immediately in front of you. You also see a number of carts that are just sort of like off to the side that are probably for the sake of traveling the carnival when it needs time to travel. You see some vendors off to the right, some games. There's lots to see and lots to do. Where do you want to start?
All right. So does anyone have a preference?
I'm thinking maybe one of the Fey carts.
Okay.
I believe Isolde was originally Fey.
So over there to the left.
She is an Eladrin, if I recall correctly from what Zybilna said. So, Fey as fuck.
face. All right, sounds like you guys are going to the markets, the more colorful designs. The first thing you're going to see is a number of apparent. What's on here? Fish. Apparently, there's like a number of fish. It smells quite bad, but they definitely look like fish that you'd recognize from the Feywild. And you see coming around the corner is a red cap, big bushy beard, long pointed hat that is really long, runs down his back, that is quite red and almost like moist, like wet, with sort of like red angry eyes, and he comes stomping up with like metal boots, and he speaks to you all. I think he would speak in common. He goes, "Oi, what are ye doing here? You want to purchase something from the Litwip market?"
Oh, we may. How are you this fine evening, sir?
Oh, we're quite well. We're quite well, sir. Yes, quite well indeed.
It's an impressive variety you have here.
Yes, we sell much. We sell indeed trinkets and such, but we also, of course, the usual love potions for special prices, the ability to do certain things, lost memories and such. Yes, we sell many things here at the Litwit Market. Yes.
Do you mind much if we spread about and take a look at your wares?
Of course, of course, of course. I'd expect nothing less, if I may say so. You all, are you here to set up a stall as well? You all look to be from a similar plane of existence.
We're here for information.
Oh, you want to know about the carnival? I can tell you about the carnival.
Sure, we'd love to hear about the carnival.
Oh, yes. There's particularly delightful places to perform sabotage. I'd be willing to tell you about this.
Sabotage?
Yes. Well, we here at the Litwip Market, we all must stick together, right? And then if we're going to stick together, well, we're going to do what we've come here to do, and that is to make some trouble for this fucking awful carnival.
Tamlin kind of gives him a wink and bends down a little bit closer to him and says, "You might be just the man we need for a little bit of information."
Okay, yes, what do you want to know? Everything has a price, but for fellow, Litwick friends.
We're looking for Matron Isolde.
Ugh. Why?
We some business with her from our home plane.
Listen, my friend, listen. I give you warning. If you're up to no good, don't let her catch you, or she'll cut your head off. She does not like us here at the Litwick, and we do not like her. She's we hold our grudges, and she's the defender and the leader, the ringleader of the carnival, and her justice can be savage. So just be very careful. I would avoid her if I could.
I'm sure you would.
Helpful information indeed. Nonetheless, do you know where we might go about happening by her?
Play a dangerous game. I'll tell you. Let's see here. I tell you if you buy something.
All right. Shall we have a look about then?
Yes, indeed. Have a look. Tell me what interests you, and I will, and we will make an exchange, and then I'll be happy to describe where to find these old. But, hey, it's your funeral.
All right. Let's start looking at what he's got here.
All right, you start looking around. This looks like a pretty, for all of you, you guys look around and like, it's a pretty traditional like Fey market, like you would expect to find in the Feywild. They peddle similar wares. strange things. Like I said, love potions, lost memories, strange trinkets. There's this one potion that says the ability to speak vowels. Straight up. Uh, a number of strange concoctions and things that some of you maybe have wandered through Fey markets, and it's strange to find it here. You know, this is the Shadowfell, but alas, there's very Fey things to be purchased. You expect it probably works the same way as other places, or in the Feywild anyway.
I'll pick up. I guess what is it? A vial of lost memories?
Well, it depends. There are a number of items. You see like a teddy bear, like basically the stall says like lost memories on it.
Yeah.
And there's like a teddy bear or a single shoe or any random number of items. I'll tell you what, we'll roll on the trinket table, and you can decide which trinket you'd like to pick up, which memory you'd like to pick up. Okay, I want you to roll me a d20, sir.
Okay. Four.
A 4. You see, it is a pincushion with a single gold and black striped needle in it.
Well, this is very interesting. Can you tell me about this, sir?
Yes, indeed. This is one of the lost memories. It has magical quality. The needle. If you poke someone with it, rather than drawing blood, it creates honey instead. Indeed. Still hurts when you poke somebody with it. But it is a nice little needle. It is actually a memory from a honeybee who was quite sentient the last time we met. And he was sentient and then he died. But apparently he was the brother of a great knight.
Oh, well, isn't that interesting? And how much would something like this set me back?
Well, a memory for a memory would be a good trade. I could also, what else could I take off of your hands? I could take a dream for you, perhaps take from you a word that you'll never be able to say again, or maybe you could give me your name, whatever you think. What do you think it is worth?
All right, let me consider that. Anyone else?
Have something to give him?
Or just something that you're interested in?
I have a question for the DM.
Mm-hmm.
So we can pay in dreams.
Mm-hmm.
That tends to be a currency I'm somewhat familiar with.
Oh, yes. He's going to look at you, and he is going to say, "Oh, excuse me for not noticing, great Dreamweaver." And he'll bow deeply. Yes, I did not notice you standing there. You'll have to forgive me. I didn't expect to find someone of your glory in such a dark and depressing place.
I try to spread the light whenever I can. So
I see.
were you wanting a dream then?
Indeed. I also have dreams to sell if you want to add to your repertoire, great Dreamweaver.
I think I should give you one instead. What can I do to give him a little something so we can have our trinket and find the paladin?
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, because we determined long ago that currency in this game doesn't quite work in golds and silvers, I think that's how we'll treat it. So let's treat gold not only as like trinkets and interesting goods you have, but also indeed especially at your sort of rank of Fey power, perhaps dreams you have. So why don't we say this needle is worth 100 gold piece dream. So we'll say that you have a dream somewhere in your repertoire, and you can just mark off the gold, and that will represent the loss of the dream. Fantastic.
Hand it with
Vivian,
a
why don't you,
flourish.
incredible. Why don't you describe to me the dream? Maybe you got this dream from somebody. Maybe someone foolishly tried to take your crown, and you took their dreams from them. What is the dream you have, and who did you take it from? Tell me a story.
The dream is a dying man's greatest wish come true. He was a sailor, and he was going over the seas to be with his bride forever. And there was an awful, awful storm. He should have died, but he was instead taken on by the Atlanteans. But he lived his life without his love, until at the end of his life he was granted a wish. And she was sitting on a beach looking at the most beautiful sunrise. And he was next to her. And that was the last thing he saw before he passed peacefully in his sleep.
He takes, so we'll say what appears in your hand. I'm trying to think here.
Is that just mainlined into his brain?
No. This will apparate. So Vivian will sort of apparate magically, perhaps in a spark of fairy light, an object into her hand. And that object will say, why don't we say it is what do you think a sailor would give to his wife before he leaves for sea? But it was something, isn't there like a tradition with that where like wives will give something to sailors before they like go out to sea to remember them by? Well, we'll say it's like
a kerchief or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like kerchief. Why don't we say it's like a kerchief, and it's got like a little like lipstick kiss on just like on the edge of it, and you sort of produce this. It smells salty like the sea, and you hand it to him, and he takes it and looks at it and spreads his eyes wide greedily, and he like put it in a box on his cart and close it very carefully, and he'll hand just generally to the party the pin cushion with the needle. He'll say, "Thank you, great Dreamweaver. This will be a great addition to my card, to my collection."
May it bring you good fortune.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
So where do we find the paladin?
Yes. Where do you find the paladin? Let me see here. She wanders here and there all over the square, trying to keep an eye on things, being the carnival leader and such. She could be anywhere at any time, but if you want to find her, you should talk to the person who runs the show. And he's near the front gate. His name is, he's a big man. He's a big giant man, who I definitely remember the name of. Where are you? Yeah, Hermos the half giant you're looking for. Big gray man, the size of half a giant.
Very well then.
I'm sure we won't miss him.
No, very hard to miss, but there are many interesting folk at the carnival now. But Hermos surely can point you in the right direction.
A pleasure doing business with you.
Great pleasure. Pleasure again, great Dreamweaver. If you ever wish for anything, please, the Litwit Market is always open to you. And he like points you in the right direction, so if you guys want to head in that direction, you certainly can.
Sure.
Okay. You'll kind of wander. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no! As tempting as that potion of vowels sounds,
Oh my God, right?
probably not gonna do it.
I'm so curious. I'm so
I mean,
curious.
go for it, man. Hey.
Get it? You have to multi-class into Great Old One Warlock.
I've already bought a honey stick, I think, for the group. Should we need sugar?
I suppose so.
Unless you really wanted the vowel movement after all.
No, I don't need a vowel movement.
Incredible, incredible. Okay. So proceeding onward. You're gonna walk by many different strange performers. Very many strange performers. As you move away from the Lidway market, there's a lot of fey creatures, fairies and satyrs and such. But as you move past these carnivals, you'll see much darker folk. Much darker figures, creature with sort of very pale skin, dark carnival-like appearance, very dark blacks and purples, tieflings and such. You walk by over here and you see a number of carnival workers sitting around the fire. Some people playing sort of a drab but sort of almost mystical song. And you continue on your way and you make your way closer towards the big top. And indeed, you guys begin to spot the half giant. This massive man. As promised, gray skin, sort of like a thick beard, eyes that glow in the dark, bald above the head, and seems to be just like tending to the people at the front. And as you guys are there, you guys are going to hear. Step right up if you want to go see the carnival. Here's the way to go. Come over here to my way. I am the Barker. They call me Tyndall the Barker, the Soulless. I can show you all around the carnival, show you sights to see, good friends, good folks. And you see this individual with no pupils, but otherwise looks like a normal man. And he's like sort of dressed in the carnival attire, and he's just kind of doing the Barker thing and kind of talking out, definitely talking to all of you, but looks at you all with like this very strange, creepy face, no eyes. He claims to be soulless. He says, if you wish to see... Oh, continue.
So we've been there. Probably just sold his pupils or irises or whatever.
Absolutely. So you continue on. Screw this guy.
Is my mini a horse?
No, this is your mini. You're the wolf up there. This is
okay.
This is Tam Lin's entourage over here. He's got a flying bull. He's got a goblin and a fairy and a bugnock.
Okay.
He's a man who does not travel
I was
light.
looking for a big token, and I'm like,
no, that's you right there in the front. But you go over. You see him dressed in, again, bleak colors that still have like an emphasis to them, like reds and blacks, basically. But his arms are exposed. You see these massive, giant, strong arms. And despite the mountain of muscle, he looks to be just like an incredibly human, despite his sort of weirdness. He says, "Welcome to the carnival. It is a pleasure to have you here. We're always excited to have people off the road. It's a safe place to stay in the night here in these lands. Welcome, I am Hemeros the Giant, or Hermos the Half-Giant. I have been here for a very long time, and I like to run things around here, so if ever you need anything, please do not hesitate to inform me."
Hermos, obviously we're new to the carnival. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Most certainly, most certainly. We carnival travel here and there. We like to set up shop wherever we go, but we do not stay for too long, for disaster seems to follow us wherever we go. It is unfortunate, but Until that time, you can expect to have a most wonderful time. See our side shows. We have many, many to entertain with. There's Amelia the Vampire, Charlotte the Fire Eater, the Organ Grinder, or perhaps you're in for something a little bit more flavorful, shall we say. The Hall of Horrors has many monstrosities that Professor Pasilia has to offer. And if you wait and you're patient, you may wait and see our wonderful Big Top show, where Cilicia the Snake may perform with her many rare serpents. There's much to see and much to do with the carnival. Is there anything that piques your interest, sir?
Well, you said that you move on quite frequently. When did you arrive and when will you be leaving?
We arrived about 2 days ago at the behest of our ringmaster. I expect we will not be here for more than another couple of days, maybe 2 or 3, and then we will move on to somewhere else in hopes of fleeing that damned Litwick market that seems to continue to follow us wherever we go.
The ringmaster, is that who generally oversees the carnival?
Indeed, indeed. Isolde is always kept us safe and keeps us on the move, and is in charge of the carnival. She's a very incredible woman.
Well, that sounds like someone who might be seen at the main show in the Big Top, correct?
Indeed, indeed. She might show up to make sure all is going well and there's no troublemakers about.
I see. What time or when might we find the Big Top show beginning?
Only in an hour, sir, only in an hour. Feel free to take some time and see the many exhibits we have and play the games that we have to play, and the Big Top show will be running just so.
Thank you. Did anyone else have any questions?
No, that's all I need to know.
Very well. Very well indeed. And know that as long as you're here, you will be safe. For our ringleader is nothing if not a good guardian of this place.
Thank you. You've been most hospitable.
Indeed. Enjoy the show, enjoy the works, and let me know if you need anything.
And then let's kind of wander off a little out of earshot.
Okay.
So we got an hour to kill.
Yep, right. That's exactly what I was going to say. Sounds like we have an hour to kill. Anything that piques anyone's curiosity while we're milling about?
They can all be very interesting. I have no idea until we wander up to one. I'll probably have a cursory glance around, see what I see, what's nearby.
Yeah, you continue to see like the Litwick market over there. That's sort of in the direction of everything you've already seen. But over here, you see there's many other works, and you gotta say, Brock, it's like you try to see things out there, and though your dark vision works just fine, you're not used to this much darkness. Like it's so drab and dark, and it's a little hard to make out things at a distance. It's been a long time since you've seen like true night, and this is about as true night as it gets. There are many other stalls and attractions. You see people wandering here and there. That's kind of just what you see at a oh, there seems to be like a food stall over here.
Okay, yeah. Well, since I can't see and I'm a bear and I have keen senses, I'll probably follow my nose to the food stand.
Yeah, you follow your nose to the food stand, no problem. Is everybody going with?
Yeah, I feel like Trixie will
Yep.
pick up because she also has keen sense.
I smell something over
She'll know
here.
what Brock is following.
The bear and the wolf go wandering off. Indeed, you guys come to a little food stand where you see some people wandering around talking, people cooking and such. You see a fine amount of delicacy is to be had. You see a roasted pig, you see bread and food and soup and all manner of deliciousness, and it fills your nose quite well, Brock.
Now this food isn't depressing.
The bear wanders up, assumedly. And you see the man says, Hello, sir. Hello. Were you looking to purchase some food or some ale? We have plenty of all.
Perhaps. What are you charging?
Well, let's see. If you're looking for, it depends what you want to eat. If you're looking just for like a little slice of something to munch on while you wander around, I could give you a chunk of our big board back there. And that would be 3 silver pieces, but it's a decent chunk, sir, a decent chunk. If you're looking for a much more hearty, delicious meal, I'd be again 3 silver. It's generally just about 3 silver around here, whatever you want to get as far as a full, hearty, delicious meal goes. If you want some ale, 4 copper.
How much would it be for me to get behind that counter? You turn your back for like 5 minutes.
Oh my. Make a persuasion check.
12.
He looks at you and blinks. He looks at you, a literal werebear,
I'm like
and goes.
drooling.
He looks at the food, looks back at you, and he goes, 100 gold.
Let me check. I check how much gold I have right now.
Yeah,
That's what I'm doing.
yeah, and maybe to the strangeness of it all, he's actually asking for like real currency, which you haven't been asked for in who knows how long.
I pay 100 gold. I'm doing it.
He goes, and he just like, he like pulls a little rope, and these basically I don't know, my brain's not working. Blinds, these like blinds just sort of drop in front, and he opens like a little like side door for you, and he just kind of, or actually he opens the side door and he just like walks out, takes out a pipe and starts lighting it, and just kind of like leaves the door open.
Oh yeah, I eat everything. I tear it up for as long as he lets me.
Okay, this is gonna be a very interesting check. Let's see how much you can go through. How about we call it? Damn, I've never had like a eating check. That's not true. I have had an eating check before.
We have
Hang
an
on, I'm gonna
hour.
go. I'm gonna go figure out what it is. Because we've done a pie eating contest before. We're just gonna use the same rules, I think.
I could have just paid 3 silver. And it
You
would
could
have.
have,
Right. That's right.
but this is more fun.
Gold's been burning a hole in my pocket.
For years. Okay. Just make me a constitution check. Or maybe a con saving throw, actually, as you just scarf food as fast as you can in 5 minutes.
A con save. That's a 3 plus
Plus
9.
5.
12. Plus 5. So 17.
Well, are you going in the back with him, Tamlin? Because it's only a 10-foot radius.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I hadn't intended to, so I guess he's on his own.
Okay.
Then
So what'd you get?
12.
12? You eat pretty heartily. You stuff it in your face, and by the time you're done, like you've made a probably significant dent in all the food back there, and you walk out with like a sore belly.
Got like a bone using it as a toothpick.
Yeah.
Feeling
That was, that's probably the best exhibit.
He's a big bear, so it's a little difficult to see, but you can swear that he's just like a little bloated.
Well, you know, they have like Fat Bear Week.
Yeah.
I think that's going on like right now. Like different places will have Fat Bear Week where they'll take a picture of fat bears before hibernation.
Yeah, the winner
maybe
was
Brock's
announced
getting
on
ready to
Friday.
hibernate. Fat Bear Week. But yeah, maybe Brock's getting ready to go down for a little hibernation. He's feeling that instinct coming on.
I'm winning Fat Bear Week this year.
But yeah, you munch it all up, and the guy goes into the back, and you hear like a distinct, oh, okay, and where he's starting to like figure out how he's gonna salvage this mess.
With 100 gold, I do.
Yeah, well, he's gotta sell food for the rest of the day too, right? So,
Does he?
well, I guess not. You know what? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe he thinks it in like a little sign just pokes around one of the shutters that says closed. He's got an early start on tomorrow because he did good spendings today. Fantastic. Is there anything else anyone wanted to do, or you want to continue exploring? I'll take that as a we want to continue exploring.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys walk by many other Litwick stalls where you see the Fae there being about as shady as the Fae can be, just sort of like talking to each other around market stalls. They are selling things to people who come on by, who perhaps don't know what kind of deal they're actually in for. But clearly, like, there's an air of mischievous about the carnival, very much like people planning to do something. You walk by and you see people doing many different acts, smaller performances. You see like the woman over here doing like juggling knives. You continue on. Some of them are empty. But you guys see these cages with these performers over here, and you're gonna see some of the better exhibits. The first thing you see to the right is you hear this sound. And you look to the right and you see this woman. A woman? What's she up to? Yeah, you see this elven druid. She has the grace of an elf, but she's rather pale, rather thin in the face. She actually wears a blindfold around her head. And you see she's like standing over a snake pit. Where there's probably like 100 different snakes of various colors sort of slithering over top of each other, very much like Raiders of the Lost Ark, sort of. And she has like a snake curling up and around her arm, and she has another snake in her other hand, one wrapped around her neck. And she's just sort of like moving about and dancing about the snakes, and some of them sort of like at her, but none bite her, and she seems to walk amongst them safely. So you see this woman. You could approach if you want to talk to her. There's many others to be seen though. Oh yes, this one's pretty cool. You see there's a little sign on the bottom of the cage that says Aleti the Werehamster, or excuse me, the Werehare. You see this performer sort of standing in her cage. And indeed, she's a werehare for all intents and purposes, much smaller than you, Brock. And Brock, something about it is like, just like, ooh, I'm hungry again, werebear. Bears don't eat hares, but whatever.
Bears eat anything.
Bears eat anything. Maybe Trixie, maybe the wolf instinct in the back of your mind is like, ooh,
The dire wolf, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's over there. But yeah, you see her sort of standing there. And she is she's fairly bombastic as she sort of dances around in her cage and she speaks. She's very quick tongue dancing. She's also rapping. I'm not going to rap. I'm sorry. I'm not able to do it. I have a lot of skills and talents for this particular skill set, but rapping is not one of them. I can't freestyle. I'm sorry. But you hear the Werehair is like going off about a rap about how they like got caught and like got bit by this rabbit and turned into like a were-rabbit, and it's a really good rap. I'm sorry I can't do it, but I can. And I wouldn't even know where to start to try and find something like that on the internet to make up for it. But yeah, I'm sort of bombastically dancing around. The next one over says Amelia the Vampire at the bottom, and you see this very vampiric looking woman, very like grayish pale skin with like a big rosy blush on her cheeks, red eyes. She also has a pair of leathery wings coming off of her back, very bat-like. And she seems to be fairly cheery, and she's performing all manner of like Cirque du Soleil level, like acrobatic, like contortionism inside. It's very kind of it's interesting, but it's kind of creepy and grotesque at the same time. She does like all these things where she bends back and you can hear her back sort of like, and she's like back, like bending more than one's back should, and making all these like strange, it's very sort of like Exorcist a little bit, and it's creepy, but it's interesting. It's like you can't look away, like you don't want like, you're not loving it, but you can't look away either. It's very interesting. And there's many other performers here, but these are the three that you see right in front of you. If you wanted to do anything or say anything or talk at all.
Wow, that one is something. The vampire.
You like the vampire?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna walk over and take a watch the vampire a little closer.
Absolutely. You make your way over there. And yeah, you approach over there, and she sort of like rights herself. She was in some like crazy like head between the legs bullshit. And you kind of like approach, and she sort of like uncurls her body up and around, and she looks at you and goes, "Hello, young man. Welcome to the carnival. Whatever brings you to this dark place to see Amelia the vampire?"
And he just kind of, he smiles up at her and says, "Such amazing entertainment."
"Oh, I am entertaining to you. You are lucky these bars stand between me and you, or perhaps you'd be my meal this very night."
And he kind of recoils a little bit, and
She sort of like goes into like another like crazy like fold of her body to like accentuate like the creepy scariness of her, and her wings sort of like wrap around her. It's very, very creepy. Well, tell me, young man, what would it take for you to let me out of these bars and have a little nibble at your neck?
He kind of chuckles and smirks, and he says, "Well, I'm afraid we can't do that. We've somewhere to be quite soon, and we wouldn't want to miss our appointment."
I see. You have some skill at resisting my vampiric charms. You must have a stronger will than most. I shall look for you in the big top show, and perhaps I shall dine on you in front of the whole crowd.
We're looking forward to seeing you.
Indeed, I do as well, young man. Enjoy your night while you can. And she'll like bend herself like grotesquely once more and sort of like fold around, and her shadow sort of illuminates on the back from the nearby hard firelight. Very creepy.
I think Trixie will just try to get a little closer and see if she has like a scent to pick up. And then I'll
yeah,
try to
make me-
remember it.
Yeah. Make me a perception check.
Oh no, I rolled a 1, so 13.
You have advantage because of keen sense.
That's
right?
true. That helped.
Smells like blood.
17.
17. You definitely catch her scent. You like have the scent in your nose now. You could follow it if you wanted to. But you've been around undead creatures before. This woman smells very much alive. There's something to her scent that's not quite alive per se. I mean that's not true. Not quite like a normal person. There's something about her that's strange. Like you suspect her wings are real. Like they smell of like organic, like blood-filled leather. So she's not, you don't think she's like a true vampire, but she isn't a normal person either.
Okay.
I don't think any of these performers are normal people.
What did you say?
Nothing. Let's walk away from.
Rude to say out loud.
She like flashes her fangs at you.
I
Like,
flash my fangs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, flash mine back.
yeah,
Brock.
you guys all just start flashing your fangs at one another. And I will say, Brock, there is a certain part of you, the lichen part of you, the animal inside of you that you've come to adapt to well and make part of yourself. And but every now and then there's just like a little instinct that comes over you. And right now, something in the lichen inside of you detests this woman and very much wants her head.
Well, I will remember that.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna have to break up a bar brawl later, aren't we? Something like that.
Indeed. All right, is there anything else you wanted to do with these particular 3 performers, or would you like to continue on and see what else the carnival has to offer?
I mean, we can go down the line, see what's going on with B Rabbit over there.
Okay. You must. You go over to the were-rabbit, who's like dancing around bombastically within, sort of hopping here and there and around and dancing and just rapping. I don't know how to. Oh God, I'm gonna hate myself. She's she's sort of like looks at all of you and she's like, I can't do it. I'm sorry. She's like, she like takes out a cigarette. And she's like, I'm on break now.
You know what? That's fair.
All right. Yeah, don't talk to me. She just goes on break. Spare me.
Does she smell
Incredible.
as I would expect a were hair to smell?
Yeah. She will make me a perception check. At advantage, of course.
Why am I rolling so badly? 15.
15. Yeah, there is very, very faint portions of the scent that are similar to Brock, that sort of lycanthropy scent still mingles, but indeed this person does smell somewhere between a hare and maybe a human of some kind, but you're like, this is absolutely like a legit were hair somehow. Incredible. This person pulls down the like
well,
thing.
Excuse me.
Because I don't want to deal with them. But yeah, you come over to the snake performer and she's like stepping again, very sort of vicariously, very or not vicariously, very no shit. I forgot the word. Oh well. Very dangerously, very precariously, very dangerously amongst these barefoot, amongst these like hundreds and hundreds of snake that hiss, and one will sort of rear back to bite her, and she'll sort of catch it mid-bite and pick it up and like wrap it around herself, blindfolded again. And she will say, I can hear you. Have you come to see my babies?
Your babies?
Yes, these are my children. I have saved them from many places. They're exotic ones. Yes, Trixie.
If a wolf could roll their eyes, that's what Trixie does right now.
Says there are many rare serpents here, poisonous ones, oversized ones. Oh, how I miss to be a snake. For I used to be one with them. There was a time when Celessa was indeed a snake as well, which is why they recognize me, why they let me move through without danger. Because Celessa was born a snake, but was cursed into this horrid elven form.
Who cursed you?
An old warlock long ago. He is lost now, for I do not think I will ever find him. But luckily, the carnival found me and my children and took us in. And now we prosper. And maybe one day I shall become a snake again. Wouldn't that be just lovely?
So you want to be here. They have the others in cages.
Yes. For where else would I want to be but amongst my own kind? Snake sort of begins to move and spindle up her leg. She doesn't seem to mind at all. And she does move quite sort of spindly, very snake-like. Her hips sort of move in like a sort of almost hypnotically rhythmic pattern, very slowly, very lithe.
I get a sense to whether she's telling the truth or lying.
Make a perception check at advantage because you're schmelling.
Oh, I'm smelling her.
You want to? Sorry, I just assumed you were doing the same thing as before.
No.
Make me an insight check. Go for it.
Okay. Oh, natural 20. For 20.
Wolves
Natural.
are famous good judges of character.
You're
Okay.
famously good judges of character.
27.
Right before they don't care, but they know. Let's see. Natural 20. She seems a little cracked, if you know what I mean, like a little not all up there. She seems to be like, I don't think she's like mad per se, but she's definitely like really into her thing. You sense that like she's not really performing. She's pretty genuine, like she's performing, but she's pretty genuine about what she says. There might be mixes of truth and lies in there, but she seems to be really into the idea that she was once a snake. I will put out there that as you look upon her appearance, Trixie, and this will go into your insight, is that you see sort of strapped under her belt and whatnots in different places. You see indeed like wood-carved snake totems, but you also do see like a little bit of mistletoe here and there. You get the sense that she is a druid. And she could be telling the truth. There are druids who were once beasts and became people, and vice versa.
Okay.
Just would anyone like to hold one of my snakes and see if they welcome you as they do me?
I'm gonna change back.
I'm gonna pass.
I will.
She looks
Maybe
at
I'll
you.
say
Well,
it.
she.
No, I won't. Never mind. In common.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
Oh,
it
you're
in
saying
different
you're not gonna
language,
say it. You're not gonna say it in direct.
I'll just say it in common.
Okay. She points at you and she says, "Ah, you are like me, perhaps, but you are not a snake. You are a wolf. How interesting. Yes, come closer. Come closer. Is there a type of snake that you prefer? The king cobra? Water snakes, perhaps? I have many." And she'll like
Whichever-
produce this black and orange striped, very thin, long snake. She'll say, "Would you like to touch? Would you like to try and hold?"
Sure.
She says, "Give me your hand."
I give her my hand.
She extends her hand like across the chasm of snakes below, and you take her hand. And she'll like look at the snake wrapped around her forearm, and she'll go, and the snake will begin to like slither up her arm and around your arm, and you could feel it sort of moving about you. Make me an animal handling check to see if the snake likes you.
19.
19, the snake sort of slithers up your arm, and it raises its head very slightly and looks at you, and you can see the little tongue, the forked tongue, sort of in and out at your arm. And then it continues to sort of coil up your arm until it leaves the woman behind entirely, and just kind of like rests on your arm, and just sort of like slithers around your hand a little bit, the head. She goes, it seems that indeed the snakes like you, like they like me. You are not one unused to the world of beasts, are you?
No, I'd say I'm very familiar. I've been a snake before, I think.
Ah, well, feast your eyes, for there are many snakes present, and you, good druid, may become any one of them now.
It's true.
She, like, listens to the snake that just seems to sit there quite idly and quite calmly and seems to accept you quite readily. And says, ah, made a new friend. I shall tell you what. If you pay me 15 gold pieces, you may keep the snake. Or it likes you. And perhaps a new home in you it might find.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You pay
So-
15 gold pieces and you may add a poisonous snake to your extras tab as a pet.
Oh,
Just be cautious, or it has a deadly bite. But I don't think I need to tell you how to take care of animals. It seems you are quite adept with such slithering creatures. What about the rest of you then? Would any of you like to see if you're just as loved by the Serpentine? Does anyone dare?
I think I'm quite comfortable without a snake. Anyone else?
I don't need a serpent's approval.
I think my other familiar would be jealous.
I see. Very well. Then if there is nothing else, Celessa must tend to her babies. And please, if you ever find a cure to this elven form I find myself in, come back to our carnival one day, and maybe I can be a snake once more. Yes.
I don't know what kind of check I would roll, but do I think this is a curse?
Having a snake?
No, you said that she was a snake, and then something happened, and she's not a snake. She's a human. So is this like a remove curse kind of a dealio?
I think she's described the story to you. I think it's very much sort of like experiment and see what works at this point, you know?
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
She
it's
might
very
just be
much
crazy.
like it's very much like the patients come into the hospital, they've told you the symptoms, now it's a matter of like trying different drugs and you know what I mean? And prescribing the right thing at this point. But you've heard her story, it could be a curse. It could be something like that. You also are a powerful fey creature. If you want to try and like make a sneaky deal, I would say that you would have the ability to do so if you wanted to. You've done it before.
I don't know that I have anything that can heal her, though.
No, but in traditional fey fashion, it could be like, make a fey pact with her, basically. You can make a fey deal.
Oh, am I going to pick up a warlock?
No, I mean, like, if you want a snake for a warlock, I mean, I'd allow it, but I think I'm more referring like on the domains. Here, let me give you an example. Let's see here. Yeah, basically you can make like a fey contract with her, where, let's see. Yeah, it would be sort of like a lesser contract gift where you could pose to her, you could propose that you could turn her into it and get something in return, and then you could use just your general fey essence to ensure that deal happens. And then you could ask for whatever price you want. I'm just saying if you wanted to like pull a little arc fey fund there, you know, you have
Oh, I do. I just have to decide what I want. Well, I'll have time to think about it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Roll me a d8, and I'll tell you an example of something that you could ask for that would be acceptable.
2.
2? So an example would be like, I will turn you into a snake as you desire forever, but your next child born into your family will be raised in the Feywild. And then you could try and pose that as sneakily as you want to try and get away with it. But that would be an example.
Okay.
Oh, that's for like a much greater contract. So in a lesser, this would be more of a lesser contract. You could say, you could ask from her like a trinket of great sentimental value, or her singing voice, or the memory of her first kiss, or something like that.
Oh.
Or a dream, perhaps.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So is it that important to you to not be a humanoid?
Of course. For I always will desire to return to the land of the serpents.
All right. We have some other business in the carnival, but when I'm done, I can grant your wish.
Oh, I see. Return then once you've enjoyed the other festivities. This is me being snaky. I'm being her. She's being snaky.
I should like to have from you a dream, I think.
A dream, you say? Well, I've always dreamed of becoming a snake and returning to being a snake once more.
You'll have some time to think about it.
There is also, so this is the nature of the Feywild in their contracts. So if you say like you want to be a snake again, and she goes, yeah, like yeah, of course I do, like not necessarily knowing that like you're gonna do it, but like in the tricky Fey fashion, you're like, okay, and you turn her into a snake, and now she eternally owes you until she pays off that debt. And you can let her know she owes you, or you can not let her know she owes you, and
Maybe
she'll
you,
be
like,
bound
just
to you in that.
polymorph her for an hour, and that would be turning her into a snake.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a wand that can do that.
Like,
Keep in mind,
yeah, I'll
like
turn you into a snake. It didn't say for
the
how
Fae are,
long.
yeah, the Fae are like mischievous and sometimes even downright mean. Like, and they just like, if you're not careful what you say around the Fae, they'll fuck your shit up.
I'll circle back.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you guys what, just for fun, I'm going to send you, if nobody's read it yet, off D&D, they released a little bit of supplement content, excuse me. It's called Domains of Delight, a Feywild accessory. And I think it's a great little piece of information for like role playing and information about like Fey deals and Fey outlooks and Arc Fey and such. So I'm just going to send that to the group. And of course, this isn't like required reading, but if anyone was interested to sort of explore that, especially the Fey contract section.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm super
No
excited
problem.
about
It's in the group if anyone wants to like explore that, because any of the four of you would have been in the Feywild long enough that like the information in there is absolutely stuff you would probably your characters would know and be interested in and such. For the most part. Okay. So you guys wish to continue on. Let's see what else you could find as you go here and there and about the square. Whee. Move about. Who we got over here? No, whatever. You move about, you see some other performers. Oh, yeah, here we go. You come over to this rather large tent. It's the second largest tent in the entire carnival. You were going to see some booked up shit, dude. There's a sign outside, and the sign says Hall of Horrors. Brought to you by Professor Pakali. It's a very large, sinister-looking tent. and you see a man standing outside who looks very much like he looks like he's very thin, very lanky. He wears like a doctor's overcoat. Very gaunt, very thin. Those sort of like circular like World War II like German glasses. He has like a short gray stubble, bald. And underneath he has like what looks to be like maybe like a couple bandoliers with strange implements on it, and some darker ones. Like maybe he has like a bone saw hanging off of him at one point. It's a little bit bloodstained. Maybe his white coat is a little bit bloodstained, a little old, a little tattered in different places. That sort of like mad doctor look. That sort of but holds himself very sort of like wispy, very sort of calmly as you approach, and he says, "Yes, welcome to my Hall of Horrors. I am Professor Pakali. If you wish to enter, I would be happy to show off my many peculiar specimens. But if this is, if you are faint of heart, I recommend you keep walking, for it is very dark and dangerous sights within."
Are you responsible for these dark and dangerous sites?
Of course, for everything within is of my own personal. Oh, I keep going to like Russian. Everything within is my personal creation. I claim all of the horrors within to be amongst my design. You see this gimpy-looking, very golem-esque, except like part of the skin is missing and his rib cage is exposed. His eyes are like yellow and kind of faded, very much like a walking corpse. A long tongue that hangs lazily out of its mouth to a point and sort of like walks over to the professor, and he goes, not now, Gimli. And he sort of like hides behind the sign. So, please excuse me. He is one of my many. He is my personal working assistant, and he does not always know how to behave around guests. But please, if you are not of faint heart and wish to see what I have created, you are most certainly welcome to explore my House of Horrors.
All going.
Yeah, I must admit, I am quite curious. Peglub, please keep the attendants and Angus outside.
Yes, Master Tamlin, of course. And he will just like move Angus off to the side, and he'll just kind of tend to him while you guys explore the House of Horrors. Jason's like, well, I'm not going in there. That sounds horrible and smelly. And he goes and walks over with the attendants. He's going to stay outside. He goes, what about the young ladies? Perhaps the sites are not meant for people of the fairer sex.
Really?
Vivian's gonna fall in behind the fellas.
Ah, brave, I see. Very brave. Good luck. Trixie, to you as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And he sort of like pulls the curtain back and says, I hope you did not have too big a breakfast. And he'll pull it back and allow you guys
I'll
to...
just look at Brock.
You think this guy knows anything about Rasputin?
Yeah, we were prepared.
Maybe he made Rasputin. Who's to say? Ooh, big spook. I'm gonna bump up the exposure here so we can see what the fuck's going on.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Well, yeah, let me know anytime if the exposure or the sound is a little low, and I'll be happy to adjust. So, do you go left or do you go right?
I think you know the answer.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys like left. All right, you guys go left. The first thing you see, smashing up against the gate, you see this massive, it looks like a giant rock, like like a stalagmite, but it has like many long like spiked pincer tentacles flowing out from it in a single red hungry eye and a mouth that is like perfectly circular with like 3 rows of serrated teeth as it sort of pushes up against the side and sort of like slithers its tentacles like through the grate and sort of hungrily at all of you.
What is that?
It doesn't.
Whatever it is not happy.
I mean, we don't know what it is, so maybe that is happy.
I don't know. That's all insight to see if he's not happy or not.
Yeah, make an insight check to see if he seems happy or not.
This is just his life.
This might just be his life.
10 plus 1, 11.
11. It seems to be quite aggressive. It's like pushed up to the side, but you will notice there isn't like a gated wall. So while it is like doing shit at you, you expect it's been trained to like try and scare you. So you don't think it's like genuine. Like it might have malice, but I'll say you don't know enough to know if this is like a sort of beaten dog situation. Like it knows not to go near, gets in big trouble, and it does hate you, but it knows that if he goes near you, it's going to be big trouble, or if it's just genuinely a show. But either way, like maybe the element of there not being a cage between you and the creature just sort of adds to like the terror of it, because it's like, oh fuck, like it could get me at any moment, right?
I think he's working.
Does it have feet?
It has no feet. In fact, as it wants to move around the space, you see it take some of those serrated tentacles and it like lashes them to the ground, like into the broken floorboard, and like drags itself across the ground. Like an octopus, just sort of pulls itself across the ground with its tentacles.
I guess technically it has just one big foot.
This is Bigfoot.
No,
Like a snake.
Is there a plaque anywhere with information?
it's
Yeah,
just
it's
one
Bigfoot.
big foot.
Yeah.
No.
That's his big foot.
That's
It's
his
just the
Bigfoot.
one.
Researcher. No, it doesn't say anything at the bottom. There's no information about it whatsoever. It's just this eldritch horror that is seems to be, or monstrous horror, I should say. It just seems to be quite alive, and there's nothing really to be said about it. It seems some unknown horror. As you're passing by and you look to the left, you do see like a sleeping quarters within, but there are like jars on the wall full of like jellied brains and like the pincers of strange creatures and fingers of and like hands of dead people. Very grotesque. It smells that sort of like lab chemically smell. It smells strong in here. Very strong in here.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde, thank you. All right. As you proceed to the next cage, you see this. What the fuck is that? You see this horrific plant-like creature. It's sort of like this Venus flytrap sort of situation. And then like the lid of that sort of like bulb plant opens up, and it looks like the back of a rib cage. On the inside of the actual like hood, a number of like purple pincers shoot out, and then this face, this purple flower shoots out, but in the middle of it is like a human face where you see like the flesh stretches open in it, like at you all, and you feel like spittle on your face that burns and sizzles slightly. I want everyone to make a wisdom saving throw to see who jumps and is scared in the moment. Who gets jump scared?
Okay.
Oh, now
But aren't we immune to being frightened?
Now you do get +5, and you don't. Yeah, we're immune to being frightened.
Okay, I'll tell you. You know what? I'll
You
tell
could
you
be
what.
startled though, like just. maybe.
Jump.
Yeah, we're
No,
Removing the
we're
frightened
immune to
condition apply to
we're immune
jump
the
scares.
condition frightened, but we're not necessarily immune to being surprised. And this
Right.
would be more
Well,
like being surprised.
yeah. I think the idea of like the frightened condition is it doesn't cut you off from the emotion of fear altogether. It just keeps it from paralyzing you, if that makes sense.
Right.
So yeah, let's go. I'll tell you what, everyone can have advantage though because of that. Why don't we do it? Why don't we do advantage on the wisdom
Plus
saving throw
5 on
per,
this?
per the aura of courage, and a +5 on top of it. Yes,
I got a 27.
paladins.
34?
Okay.
+5. That is 24.
Oh goddamn.
I'm pulling up the rear with 20, y'all.
You guys find yourself not really enjoying the House of Horrors. You guys are looking around. You're like, no, like objectively, this is horrifying and terrible and scary. Like objectively speaking, but like it's just not doing it for me. And all of you find yourselves like a little apathetic to the horrors here. Like like logically, you're like, yeah, this is terrible, but like it's not scary.
Yeah, it's like watching a gory movie that isn't super. That's just like really cheesily done.
Yeah, it's like the difference between like watching Friday the 13th when you were like 13 and then watching Friday the 13th now. And you're like, okay.
Oh,
You're like,
and
yeah, it's entertaining, I guess, but like it doesn't scare me.
Vivian's taking nightmares, right? This is all things that I could use in other people's minds that could be awful. Like just be, tweaked to be awful.
Well, I will say though, like
Taking notes.
yeah, I will say though, like Brock, Vivian, and Trixie, you're like you're noticing like ever since Tamlin's been around, you guys are like much less like scared of shit. Like you're like looking at things, you're like, I don't know why this isn't fucking terrifying or freaky or
I mean,
like,
it's
I'm just
scary, but it's not the Witch King. Come on.
yeah.
Oh,
It's true. Yeah, he was scary.
Yeah. Man. My scary House of Horrors ain't. You unscaried my House of Horrors, Tamlin. Can't believe you've done this to me.
Here, make it dark again.
Yeah, making it dark again. Turn the exposure back down. You guys continue on. You're like, whatever. It's like, it's a plant with a face, whatever. And you guys continue. The next thing you see is this like amalgamation of like wood and moss, and it smells horribly of swamp, and lets out this as it begins to sort of like tear its own roots from its face, as if it's like horrified by its own existence. It's just like genuinely like taking its big tree trunk, like sharp arms, and sticking it into himself and like ripping the moss from its own body, as if it's trying to stop its own existence, and trying to like beat off the chains that are holding it in place. And you guys are like, meh.
Can I try petting him? Or her? Or this
Yeah, go
nature
make
creature?
make a dexterity saving throw. Absolutely.
I feel like, he's just itchy. 16.
Okay. Now make me like, I don't know. Yeah, so you go in for a first one, and it kind of like roars at you. You kind of, and you kind of like go in for another one, so you kind of keep yourself from being hurt in the first round. Now make me like, I'm gonna call it a charisma-based sleight of hand check. So, are you proficient with sleight of hand?
No.
No, just make me a flat charisma then. We'll call it.
5.
You like go in and
But
start petting
I'm
it.
not the face of the group.
Yeah, you go in and start petting it, and you're like, but it's very much like the kid learning to pet a dog for the first time. You're like, there, good dog. You're like, it's made of wood, so I gotta pet it harder, right? It just sort of like swipes at your arm, and I'll carry over the other dexterity saving throw, and you pull your hand back, and you get the sense the thing, it's like, it just sort of roars at you and continues to sort of like beat itself and hit itself and tear at its own body.
I thought maybe he was like itchy and he wanted scratches, but I guess not.
Is this like the swamp monster from Dung Hill?
Kinda. Sort of like an animated swamp. a little tiny animated swamp. All right, you
Yeah,
guys
but
continue
that
on.
thing didn't have the self-loathing though.
No, no,
No,
he's very confident.
yeah, exactly. There you go. And you walk by and you see more sleeping quarters with like creepy objects. And you guys are like, okay, well, I seen the Witch King. And like, I literally make nightmares, and he's a paladin of vengeance. He does scarier shit than this. And you walk by like what looks to be like a doctor's room, where it's very much like a laboratory where you see all kinds of experiments and such happening, and like chunks of like flesh with flies buzzing around it inside of the doorway. And you guys are like stinky and kind of keep moving on. And you move by and you see some more horrors. You see this like flesh creature over here. That's probably the next thing you see. It's the same mini, but this time indeed you see like a person who's been put together incorrectly. Like you see basically again like the back of his rib cage is like affixed to the back of his head and upward, almost triceratops like. And he has like no bones in his torso, and his like arms are just like holding onto his hips, and all of the flesh and internal organs in the middle just sort of flop around. And his legs are on backwards, and it like looks at you all and is like it just like screams in the horror of its own existence. That's the next one you see.
Well, that's repugnant. What is with this doctor?
I don't know. This is just kind of more sad. The horror, or the Hall of Sadness.
It's relatively alarming that he wants to do this in the first place.
It's supposed to be horrible for us, but it's really horrible for them.
Right.
Maybe
You
we're
walk
scary
Go
for
ahead.
them.
Scared for them. You walk by one room that actually looks like quite a nice little like vanity setup, and it's literally just like a single tentacle that's like pulling itself around the room and like living in the room. And it's like it like pats the tip of its tentacle like in like a little perfume thing, and then it starts like patting itself with perfume in the vanity mirror. You see like a literal just like giant octopus tentacle just like living its life.
Looks like
I
one
wanna
of the
talk to
snakes
it.
got out of the pit.
I want to talk to it.
All right, what do you say to it?
Oh, hello there.
It like raised the top of its tentacle.
Preparing yourself for the show?
It like tilts itself like this and then kind of like shrugs if it could.
It forms into a question mark.
It does the like wiggle the butt and then it jumps on top of the eye and then like destroys it. Pixar. Anyway.
Quite a comfortable little room you have here.
And then it does like one of these as if like showing off the room.
Have a nice evening then.
It does like a this, and you could almost swear that it was like blowing you a kiss.
I like that one.
You guys continue on. You're gonna see one on the left. You see one on the right. The one on the right, you see this creature of clay that has been like manacled around its two arms, and it's like chained to the floor, and it like roars at all of you angrily. And you guys have that like One Punch Man moment where he just like the guy's summoning all his power, and you're like, okay. And it just like yells and roars at you, and your hair flips back, and you're like, oh, cool. And it very King Kong-esque, like trying to get out. Roars angrily, and like bits of and like clay splatters everywhere as it struggles.
Huh.
Let's hope he doesn't get out. For the night to the scorched earth, they're gonna have to cure him.
Right.
Of his existence. What the fuck is this? Oh yeah. You look across the way and you just see what is a really fucking huge, gigantic toad. It's just a big toad. That's it. That's
Now
the
we're
whole
talking.
story. And it's like sitting on this like beautiful, massive king-size bed with like lush cushions, and it's just like laying on its back like a dog, and it's just like asleep. And its like tongue, its massive toad tongue, is like hanging out of its mouth as it sleeps, and it kind of and it's like full spread eagle, just like its arms are like this, and it's just like sleeping. Its big stomach sort of rises and falls.
It does look comfortable.
Is that part of the exhibit? Or is he a
As you
guest?
say that,
Is
as you say that, it like opens its eye and like looks at you, and very much like the Jabberwock, the eyes sort of like glow brightly, like flames. That sort of, and you're like, oh shit. And then it flips over and goes, "Rrr, rrr," and sort of like jumps around the room, like a dog that wants to play. Rrr. And then it like does another circle. It does like a circle in the bed, and like snuggles in, lays down.
I think he's somebody's pet.
He looks friendly.
For now.
Mwahaha. And as you continue on to the last of the exhibits, you are going to see to the left, like what looks almost like it's almost like an art installation where there's like colors shooting out from all sides, but it's just full of like jugs and jars, full of peculiar specimens, strange curiosities, taxidermied creature heads. It's just like this almost like art piece in celebration of like the grotesque, like the body horror. It's like the body horror art piece. And then to the right, you see another clay dude who's like, "Rah!" And he's also fighting against his chains. Maybe his brother. Who knows?
Interesting. All right, let's get out of here. It's been about an hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as you guys exit, Professor Pakali says, "So tell me, did you enjoy the exhibits? Did they startle you, horrify you to your core? You were in there for some time. More than most, I might say."
I am startled.
Good, good, good. Then it is, then I have done my good work well, yeah?
I suppose so. Did you make those clay beings as well?
I made all that you saw within. Anything that was chained came from my own creation. They are like children of mine, in a way.
Why have you done this?
When one is inspired, it is a shame to let the fire die, no?
Oh, I see. So it's an artistic. It's a work of expression.
Yeah, you see, horror can be beautiful, no?
Clearly.
They don't seem very happy.
No. Many of their existences are quite torturous, just simply living.
The big frog was pretty happy.
Yes, that is it has, I think, the soul of a dog within it.
The tentacle. I like the tentacle.
Yes, I think that in another life, perhaps was perhaps a courtesan of some kind. Anyway, you should get going, for the big top performance undoubtedly will be starting soon. It is the main attraction here at the carnival, and I have more creations to create. So I must go to my good work, and you must go to the apex of tonight's festivities. Says, come give me. And the thing goes and like goes along with him. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, and he just sort of wanders away inside of his House of Horrors. But indeed, you do hear like the sound of like, I don't know, like I'm not gonna say like that shit doesn't happen for sure. But you hear like boo boo and like drums beginning to like emerge from the big top. You see people moving in that direction. You see some of the circus hands sort of walking around going, go to the big top, it's a big top, things are happening there. And people are beginning to like move in that direction if you wish to as well.
Yep.
Yep.
Both
Come on.
things are happening there.
Oh, we got to take the retinue.
Yep.
Can't forget the retinue. Retainers, this way. And I will say, though there is a great deal of staff here, and there are a couple of odd people that are here at the carnival, it does feel very like a little like deserted. Like it does feel in a way that you guys are like the only people there. Like it's sort of like the no, you're not the only people there. There's other people who have come to see, but it very much feels almost like the drugstore in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Like there's a person here and a person there as you walk down the different halls, but it's really only you there and a handful of other people at the entire carnival.
What I'll ask the group as we're walking. So, remind me, what was it that we thought Isolde might have in her possession that we're looking for?
Sword.
Some sort of sword or artifact or something related to this prophecy.
All right.
Yeah, corrupted blade, right?
Yes.
All right, you guys walk in, and just as before, as previously described, it's rather empty in here. There's a couple other people who sit in the stands and such, but as you walk into this miraculous big top, you do see that it is a little empty in here. You're gonna see all of like these main attraction folks are definitely showing up. The fucking Were Rabbit of Rap shows up. And ooh, who's going to? Oh yeah. So you see sort of emerging out as you hear like the applause, and again, there's not a lot of people in here, but the applause is still mighty. You see stepping out, a lithe elven woman. She wears very high boots, high leather boots. She has a couple pieces of patch armor on her, a white tank top, purple pants, various leather belts and such. I guess like a headscarf or a headdress sort of just thinly wrapped around her hairline, with massive pointed eladrin ears, and sort of dark red eyes and very dark skin. You see this woman walk out into the middle as there's a thunderous applause to her arrival.
There she is.
And you see who you imagine to be the woman Isolde. Upon her back, you see a beautiful, beautiful sword. It is a long sword. The blade is made of some kind of strange red metal. It's far too bright to be blood, like bloodstained. It's more brighter than that. The hilt is of very dark blackened metal that is tipped with a pointed ruby that she has sheathed across or at her hip, actually. So you can't actually see the blade, but whatever, you see it now. But anyway, she has the sword at her hip. She looks around and she says, "Welcome, one and all, to the carnival." Worry not, for entertainment will be soon. You have come here to be entertained, and entertained you will be. May you see and enjoy all the spectacles here tonight, as you will see the greatest carnival in all the Shadowfell make its performance tonight. And enjoy it now, for you might never again, for disaster follows us wherever we go. Enjoy the show, and remember, keep your loved ones close. And as she sort of turns around, she immediately begins to disappear into the shadows of the back of the carnival, and immediately the carnival will erupt into a massive spectacle. You're gonna see Tyndall the Barker, the guy that you saw before with the pupilless eyes, going to walk around and say, "Hey now, see here, you're going to see some of the greatest performances you've ever seen. Behold!" And is going to go through many of these sideshows. And he's going to go, "Charlotte the Fire Eater!" And you're going to see a woman run into the middle of the stage. This juggling daredevil who has a dizzying array of flaming knives as she juggles them all around her body, under her leg and such. And then she actually like swallows her sword that's still on fire. And then breathes a massive cloud of flame up into the big top. You guys are going to, the Barker's going to continue to speak and see Celeste the Snake, and you're going to see her come in and do like a dance with her many snakes across the stage, different people entertaining at different portions of the stage. Amelia the Vampire comes in flying around, screaming and laughing as she goes, as she contorts through the air. She does look slightly more pale than she did before, like she maybe has put on a little extra something. You're going to see the were-rat come on the stage, or the were-hare, excuse me. Alti is going to come on and start rapping. And last and not least, he's going to say, "And last and not least, the organ grinder." You're going to see this somber, sort of fucked up looking clown come out with an ornate barrel organ. You know, the thing where you turn and it goes, dur, 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 sort of one of these ornate guys. And following behind, you're going to see a group of not quite identified animals come capering out behind, much like this is sort of like what's the guy called who like plays the music and leads the children into the woods?
Pied Piper.
Thank you. Very much like the Pied Piper. This individual comes walking around the stage playing the organ in this like somber, fucked up clown outfit. And all of these like strange creatures that look like almost like a dog, almost like a cat, maybe a possum, kind of like a bird, but not really. All these things you can't, like, maybe you guys are in the crowd going like, "Oh, that's like that's got to be like a German Shepherd. That's gonna be like a dog for sure." But it's like, but it doesn't have a tail and it doesn't have the ears, and you guys are there like, "What the fuck is that?" And you see all of these animals, sort of half trained, mischievously just start capering to the music, and the animals start like going into the stands and start like fucking with people in the stands. You guys see this creature that is like somewhere between like a monkey and a cat. Like has like the agility and posture of a monkey, but and moves like a monkey, but is pretty much a cat without the ears, but has monkey eyes, and you're like, "What the fuck is that?" And kind of comes up to you guys and starts like shuffling around your person. You guys are like maybe like batting it away or trying to pet it, whatever it is. But it comes up and starts going and starts like, maybe goes up to you, Brock, and starts like going through your fur and like pulls out a bug and eats it.
No.
Yeah, you start batting it away. It jumps over on Vivian's head and starts like messing around like with Vivian's hair. And yeah, you like flip it off. Immediately like jumps onto Trixie and starts going through Trixie's pocket and pulls out a staff. Didn't know she had it on her.
It's a crappy staff. I just let them take it.
yeah. It basically goes and like goes running off with like a standard quarter staff that you forgot you had because Trixie is the
I've
queen of
got like
staves.
so many of them. Yeah.
So many of them. And goes like running off with that and like throws it on the stage. And Tamlin, like a bird lands on your shoulder. It looks like a bluebird, but it's got arms. It's got like almost like Triceratops, or excuse me, like Tyrannosaurus. So, yeah, like T-Rex sort of arms, and it doesn't have a beak. It has like a snout. And you're like, the fuck? And then it just kind of like looks at you and goes, and then just like flies away. And they all go back and start capering to the organ grinder again. And you guys watch the show for maybe like 20 minutes, half an hour, and it's as creepy and grotesque as it is entertaining. Yeah. Like, maybe you guys have like, you know, those friends who are like kind of dark and gothy who would fucking love this, but you guys are like, this is weird. But the show comes to a massive spectacle and an end. They all take their big bows at the big top tent. As you see massive displays of acrobatics and magic to beloved plays at a certain point where they begin to do performances of these like very Hamlet-esque, very tragedy-based. And there's an applause at the end. And the show will sort of come to an end. And they'll say, we will have a short admission in which we will return back to our big top show where we will perform from sunrise till midnight. It says our last performance is in 10 minutes. And you guys are free to do what you will now that you've seen the big performance.
All right. Well, it's not hard to tell why this carnival lacks attendance. We've found
I
a
feel like they do better in the gloaming court.
Unless they're stuck here.
Obviously.
We've seen Isolde and presumably the sword.
Do you see it? Is that what you're asking?
No, I said we have, right? We've seen her, and presumably the sword that we're after. I mean, it was quite the sword, if it's not the sword.
I would assume that that's what we're looking for.
How do we want to go about this? Are we trying to like convince her to come with us, or are we just trying to take it?
You'll see her sort of come out and talk to the half giant, who like leans down onto a knee to talk, and they just are sort of talking off to the side there.
I mean, I suppose we could.
Just walk over there.
We could take a shot at speaking with her.
Okay.
Okay, you guys want to approach?
Yeah, let's walk down.
These people are sort of, you know, the place filled out a little bit, but not a lot. And you guys sort of approach. And Hermos the giant says, welcome back. Enjoyed the spectacles, I hope.
They were certainly a spectacle.
They're all very unique, everything we've seen here.
Excellent. I suppose allow me to introduce you to Isolde, the ringleader of our carnival. Perhaps you saw her at the beginning of the show. Isolde sort of folds her arms and just sort of like nods at you all. And then the giant will say, is there something that I could do to help you all with?
We were honestly just hoping to meet Matron Isolde. We wanted to congratulate her on having such a splendid event.
She says, well, thank you. It's a fine show. Good people.
How did you come to be the head of it? Did you start all this yourself?
She sort of does the like 1,000-yard stare. She like starts to like look for the beginning And she kind of, no, I did not start the carnival. I came to, it's difficult to remember sometimes. It was so long ago. But I crossed paths with another carnival, and we traded ownership of our carnivals, yes, and I ended up here in this one. Whereas the previous owners to this one took it and left.
Do you like this carnival better?
It has what I need. So yes. And the people here require my protection, so protect them I will. You wouldn't be from the Litwick market, would you all? You look strange. I warn you to not make trouble if you are.
Oh, we intend no trouble, and we've not met anyone from the Litwick market until we arrived this evening.
We did have to go through it to get to the carnival, but that was it.
Yes, they do like to follow us, don't they? The giant sort of nods, says, I better go, tend to things, Lady Isolde. And she just nods at him, and he sort of walks off, gives you guys a little time to chat.
You said you needed something from the carnival? What do you need from a carnival?
It has what I need, I suppose. And I have what people here need, and they need someone to protect them and to guide them. And that has become my job. And so it's my burden, and a burden I take on despite the growing numbers every year and the additional souls dependent on me. I won't let them down. No, I won't let them down.
Protection can certainly be a noble endeavor. What is it that you protect them from?
There are many dangers. There are many, many dangers. Most namely that the Litwit market, for one. But they're a pest. But I don't have much trouble dealing with them, but we have to move here and there. I don't know why they follow us with such tenacity, but they do. And there's other dangers in the world. The world's a very dangerous place, you see. And someone's got to protect people when bad things come around.
Do you use that splendid sword for the protection?
She sort of folds her arms and says, yes. Yes, of course. If anyone steps too far out of line, I know how to use it, and I know how to use it well.
It is quite unique looking.
It is, and it's mine.
Are you the only one here to protect everyone? Like, is it just you?
Yeah, it's just me.
Why just you? Why don't you have help?
I guess I have help sometimes when I need it, but I am the strongest warrior here. Sorry, what did you say?
Just seems like a lot for one person.
It can be. It can be a lot. There's a lot that weighs on the mind of I've got to lead the place and protect the place, and everyone's relying on me, but that's okay because everybody pitches in. Everybody does their part. We all contribute because those who don't contribute don't eat. And my way of contributing is just that I protect everybody, and it's no more important than somebody else having to pull a cart. Everybody plays their part.
And you chose to do this?
I, in a way, I think yes.
In a way, what does that mean?
Well, I traded ownership of this carnival with another one, and so I own the carnival, and that makes me responsible.
Did you choose to be responsible to the other carnival first?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, that's a lot of questions. I just, I'm kind of in a similar situation. I was just wondering.
Were you all hoping to join the carnival? Is that why you're asking questions?
Not
No.
necessarily. We're familiar with the other carnival, though.
We have been to another carnival, I assume. Well, maybe there's more than two.
I think she's talking about the Witchlight Carnival.
I mean, it is another traveling carnival.
Is it it's not here, is it? It's not. Yeah, are you
Oh.
from the Witchlight Carnival? Is that why you're here? Is it far?
No, we were there a very long time ago. We don't know where it is now.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah.
What would happen if they were?
Nothing at all.
Are you sure? You seem a bit distressed.
It's just been a long day. I have much to do.
Well, we certainly don't mean to add to your burden.
I'm gonna just hop over to Vivian. Yes, Vivian.
In Tam's head, I'm gonna use my thing that I can do. I'm gonna say, keep her talking.
Okay.
And then once he gets her talking, I'm going to burn a sorcery point and cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
She's terrified of something. At least she's behaving that way.
Absolutely. So the first thing that you'll get just initially is basically just a wash of relief that the Witchlight Carnival isn't near. Goes, okay, they're not from the Witchlight Carnival, it's fine. And then you hear another voice in her head. And it says, they're up to no good. Keep your eye on them. And then Isolde kind of goes, it's fine. They're okay. I'm sorry, what was that? And as you proceed, Vivian, she's like, they're not here to join the carnival, though. Maybe they could be helpful. Maybe they could help me with the collar. Yes, maybe they could help me find the collar. And then you hear, they can't help you. They're here to make trouble. It's fine. Please proceed, and I will pause intermittently and give Vivian more information.
So the charming half giant, we met him earlier. He mentioned that you'd just recently come to this location, but that you don't stay in one place for very long. You'll be moving on soon.
That's right. We keep moving. Wherever we go, those the Lipwood Market, those fey creatures seem to chase after us. They appear on the outskirts as mysterious merchants selling dangerous enigmas and talismans and such. And as the days go by, they grow in numbers. And as they grow in numbers, it gets more dangerous here around the carnival. And tragedies and disasters seem to follow us. And Well, you can only cut so many heads off, so we leave.
So does it come to violence?
Yes, quite frequently.
Have they
Well,
always followed the carnival?
yes, they always, as long as I've owned it, yes. They always come and they make their mischief, and well, I deal with people when there's some great dangerous disaster. I will handle those people who have made trouble, and then when it becomes too much, we move on, and we find other places, and we set up shop until the Lich Wet Market fills up again, and then we have to move again, and on it goes.
Do you have any idea what their ultimate goal is? Why spend the time and energy following you around, creating these problems for you?
I have no idea. Inside her head, Vivian, you don't detect any deception. She's just explaining, which is relevant. You're starting to hear, okay, they're asking a lot of questions. I wonder why they're asking so many questions. About me and about my past. It's getting really. And you hear, you should behead them. Undoubtedly, they're up to no good, Isolde. And she kind of goes out loud. She goes, it's fine. It's fine. She goes, but I have no idea why they follow us, but they've done it as long as the market is. Perhaps there's something they want or someone they hate. I don't know why.
Maybe there's a spell on the carnival.
Maybe there's something they want. And she kind of grips her sword, just like doesn't even really grip it. She almost like just sort of like begins to sort of like play with the ruby at the end of the pommel a little bit, like absentmindedly. I have no idea. And in her head, she genuinely doesn't seem to have any idea what they want. You ask a lot of questions.
Well,
What is it about the Litwit market that interests you so much?
Possibly that we ran into them on the way in. There clearly seems to be a lot of concern about them here within the carnival, and quite a bit of tension between the carnival and the market.
We actually spoke to them first when we arrived. They
And they didn't
talked
seem
about
to
how
like
formidable you were.
they didn't seem to like the carnival, so I'm very confused as to why they would follow it.
I don't know. I do not know. I've tried to interrogate some of the merchants every now and then, but this has been going on for a long time, you see, and at a certain point, I guess you just kind of accept the way things are. And if I'm being quite honest, as much as I hate to admit it, they bring business. They sell strange merchandise, and it attracts people from all over, and it draws interest to the carnival, and that's how we make our money. So it's I don't know what the word is, but it's sort of like a reverse symbiotic relationship, you know? They attack us, but they help us at the same time. They're almost about as good as they are being gone as they are being here. So the cycle goes on. And besides, traveling is good for you, I think.
Well, and for business, I would assume, because, once people come, they're probably not going to come the very next day again.
Right. That does make sense. In this moment, you hear outside. There's a slight rumble in the air. It might be under your feet. Isolde disappears, but she looks like shocked and surprised, and you hear her in her head, Vivian, just as your spell's ending. Like, what was that? It was probably the damn Lichwit market again. And then she like just vanished in like there's sort of like a plume of fey magic as she disappears too.
Wonder if we could send a message to Mr. Witch or Mr. Light and ask them questions. Because if they used to run this carnival, they might have answers.
She is not alone in her head.
She was talking to someone. I thought it was someone like invisible.
No.
Oh,
No, that voice is
I'm
in the
wondering
head.
if it's not the sword.
I think it's the sword.
Mm,
I
That would
think
make
the
sense.
sword is driving her crazy. I think the sword's what's wrong with her. I think carrying that thing's gonna be a real pain in the ass.
But separating her from it would be a good deed.
Did
and
you
if we
see the
bring
way
it to
she touched
Zabelna,
it?
we'll be able to get a handle on it.
The
It's
mere
already got a
I'll
handle.
tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll give you a little insight here. Brock specifically. Why don't you make me an insight check?
Okay, because I found their contract.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
Insight. You know what? For this one, I'm gonna use an inspiration.
And Trixie and Vivian, I'll allow you to a Arcana check.
I don't think an 8's gonna cut it. Oh, I don't have a lot of desk space right now.
2.
Got it.
9.
9.
I'm
I'll just
just
say
hearing
her
words.
contract, and you can draw from that what you will, Brock. But yes, perhaps your mind goes to the contract you found in the palace. Vivian, what did you roll?
17.
17. You're just a little plane wanderer. You know, you're hopping from Aboria to the Feywild and here and there. You know that the reason why there's a lot of secondary effects when people go here and there, like when you go to Aboria, you might be filled with like your emotions might run wild, but if you come to the Shadowfell, you might feel a lot darker. If you go to the Feywild, you might lose your memory. These are because certain beings are meant to be on different planes. Like, humans aren't meant to be in the Feywild. And aren't meant to, and no humanoids are supposed to be on the outer planes. And the reason why it affects you all so deeply is because your souls, your living souls and your flesh and your blood isn't meant to be there. Isolde is an Eladrin, an elf of the Feywild. She is in the exact opposite plane of existence she's supposed to be existing upon. So as far as the state of her mind goes, indeed, there's another voice in there that's fucking with her a little bit. But she's also a Fey Eladrin who has lived for a very long time in a very shadowy, dark plane. So undoubtedly, this will have affected her psychology. So there might be multiple factors contributing to, indeed, her somewhat disturbed state. Including maybe something that you felt, Brock.
Did the voice have a name? Did he say who it was?
No. He suggested that we were up to no good and that she should behead us.
Okay, that tracks.
She
Whoa,
resisted that
behead us?
temptation. They are looking for someone called the Caller.
So the voice isn't the caller?
I felt like I heard her say, maybe they can help me find the Caller. I don't recall the other voice being present, but I don't know if that voice is always there or if that voice is only there when it wants to be.
Okay.
Maybe we can ask the half giant who the caller is.
We could.
He seemed, like
if
he
he'll
wanted to be
know.
helpful.
I think she keeps this kind of thing very close to chest.
You hear a sort of like a slight crowd-wide sort of like gasp and scream outside in the same direction as the
Should we go
explosion.
see like what that big sound was? And the shaking.
Yeah. Let's
stuff?
let's probably follow
Maybe it's the collar.
Yes, let's go find out what that
Although
is.
All right. You guys go running out of the carnival.
we follow the screams.
You follow the screams. Maybe you find like a backdoor flap to the thing, so to speak.
Just cut through it.
Yeah, you guys are just like and just like go through. You guys run outside, and you see this carriage at the back is there's a couple workers around that are like tending to we're gonna say these are workers because I don't want to run off, but they have like pails of water and they're like and this mostly destroyed, half destroyed wagon, I'll say, still has a couple flames licking off of it, and they're just sort of trying to put those out. And as a crowd is gathered, you see that there is the body of that red cap you saw laying on the ground. His head is about 10 feet in that direction, his cap's fallen off. And you see standing over him is Isolde, wielding that long sword, and the blade glows a vile red, as she has clearly beheaded him.
Oh, she moves quick.
And the crowd sort of around is like, and then you see the what's his name? The one sideshow guy, Tyndall the Barker. He's saying, "Very well, everyone. The ringleader has determined the judgment of the carnival for the burning of this caravan. She has determined the rightful punishment. All must go about their business. All must go about their business." And people begin to sort of uncomfortably shuffle off and go back to work. But I will say that there is, amongst the Litwick market, there's either looks of like dismay, of like what the fuck, or like almost like looks of like we'll get her next time, you know, sort of clearly like plotting like what to do next, or like pissed off that like something bad came of something that maybe happened. But the rest of the workers seem to go back to work with a slight look of relief amongst them. Like this is widely approved of by the actual carnivore workers. And she puts the sword away. That vile red glow vanishes as it is put back to its scabbard. And she kind of walks away. She just sort of like walks between some tents and just kind of like leaves the scene. I'm going to post a picture now in the Facebook so you guys can clearly see what Isolde and her sword look like. Just in case you're curious.
Maybe we should go back to the tent and come up with a plan.
I suppose so.
Or we won't be overheard, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see that you guys find your way. You guys go to the big top, and like the next show's beginning to resume, and people are filling in, so you're like, oh, maybe not there. But you guys find like a little corner back behind some
I feel like this is gonna be difficult.
We've got a few days before they pick up and move. I think we should help her out in any way we can.
Now, did she say the collar out loud, or?
I think
she
that was
that
just
was
in her
her-
head.
Oh, that was
that
only
was
in her head. Okay.
Yeah, I tried to convey. If Carmen missed something, can we just agree that Vivienne conveyed the whole of everything to y'all?
All right, we can assume that everybody is in the loop as to everything that has happened in that conversation at this point.
So we can't tell her we know about the collar yet, but maybe we could offer to investigate why the market follows them so closely.
Or even just try and have some sort of agreement between the two parties. To where one's not setting shit on fire and the other isn't getting heads rolling.
You mentioned you knew the owner of the other carnival. That might be worth talking to.
Yeah. You could probably scry on them, right, Trixie?
Yes, I could. Did I prescribe? Let's see.
Well,
Yes, I did.
and also,
Thanks.
don't you have the big crystal? I
Um,
feel like you had a crystal ball at some point,
no, somebody else had the crystal ball. I have like a,
or was it a cauldron?
yeah, it's essentially just the top of the cauldron. It's not a 3D cauldron, it's just the
Mhm.
lip of it, just cause so it's easier to fit the bag. And it sounded cool, so that's my scrying focus.
Nice.
So yeah, I'll pull that out. And I don't know what scrying will do, but I guess we could.
Just I don't
We
know.
could see where they are
See
if
what
we
they're up
had
to.
to go there. So I will try scrying on Mr. Witch. I don't remember which one's which, but
Okay. You attempt to scry. Unfortunately, it seems you're unable to pierce Veil of Divination for whatever reason.
scrying does not appear to work.
I don't believe you could cross planes with it, right?
Right.
Can't scry on someone on another plane.
Well, they could have been here, but yeah.
They could have. They could have.
Can you message someone on another plane?
Mhm.
Because the fly lady said she can help with messaging.
Yes.
Moonbeam. Her name's Moonbeam.
Yeah, we could certainly send Moonbeam. She'd have to be able to get to the other plane.
Oh yes. I'd be more than happy to send a message along. I could always go back through the mirror.
Right. Okay. What sort of message would you like to send?
I guess we would just like to know what's up with the market and why it follows Carnival.
Were we also? I'm sorry. Were we also wanting to talk to the Witchlight? Were we wanting to talk to them also, or? I'm so sorry. I'm not following everything we're doing. I'm sorry.
So the other carnival, there's the Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. And with Light, yes. There's two of them, two owners. We could just ask one of them or both of them. They might have answers because they used to run this carnival. But we don't know where they are. That's the problem. They could be anywhere. It's also a traveling carnival.
I don't know them, but sending should work. Sometimes it doesn't, but it's like a chance that it doesn't. A lot of times it does. I recall how that works, having to call.
Yeah, you normally works crossing planes, but there's occasion where it won't. Yeah. What's her face? Moonbeam. Very aptly named by myself. She says, "Oh yes, I am well equipped with that spell. I can cast it once a day."
Okay.
Do you know Mr. Witch or Mr. Light?
No, who's that?
Shit. Well, You
can
can't
cast the
message
spell, but I
people
don't
you
know.
don't know, can you, or can you?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay.
But I can run messages to people I've never met before.
Right. And she said she
I just
could.
have to do the wing work is all, you know?
Unfortunately, Moonbeam, we're not 100% sure where the Witchlight Carnival is. You would have to search for them.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
I would assume they'd be somewhere on the material plane.
Could we ask
Uh,
It goes to different planes, right? Yeah. Travels all over the different planes.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
See, I didn't even know that.
Do you think Zybilna would know?
Lady of the Carnival.
Yeah.
So, who
So I
wants
mean,
to
if you
message
have
her?
that spell once a day, maybe you could just message Zybilna today and ask her where the carnival is. And then
I could also send a sending to the staff of the Palace of Heart's Desire if that is helpful.
Thinnings might know maybe where the
I know
carnival
Thinnings.
is.
I met him. I know the staff of the palace fairly well. If there was anyone there you'd want me to message.
What we'd like to know is if someone could find out for us where the Witchlight Carnival is right now.
The well, actually, at the palace, the records guy might actually have the answer for us, anyways.
Oh, Kilimanjaros? I can
Yeah.
message Kilimanjaros for you if you wish.
He might just know because Zybilna might know the answer or have known written. Someone might have known the answer at some point.
Okay. What would you like me to say?
I don't
You
know.
you just want me to ask him where the Witchlight Carnival is?
Well, what do we want to do, guys? Do we want to just see if Kilimanjaro knows why the market follows this carnival? Or do we want to ask where the Witchlight Carnival is?
We have 25 words. Can't we ask both?
Jace is standing away, going like this, far off in the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. I guess you could ask the first question, and then if there's enough time, just say, "Oh, and where is the Witchlight Carnival now?"
Okay, so I'm asking where the Witchlight Carnival is and what?
Why the? Oh my gosh, so many notes.
Why the Litwick market follows the.
Oh,
What?
okay. Is there anything else you'd like me to put in the message, Master Tamlin and friends?
I believe
That sounds like
it.
that's it. I only have like 25 words. Okay. Okay. Okay, check this out. So he says that he can't tell us why the Litwick market follows the carnival. That's secret information that he doesn't want to tell me. But he did tell me that the Witchlight Carnival is on Mount Celestia right now. Wherever that is, I don't know what that is. It sounds like a fun place.
All right. I mean, we could question the members of the Litwick market themselves.
That's
Already.
And it sounds like if it's a secret, then it's probably Zybilna's doing. Maybe why the market follows the carnival.
We could
Probably.
ask Zybilna.
I mean, we know she's kind of punished Isolde, right? For something I can't remember. So maybe this is part of the punishment.
Oh, I'm not aware of any of this.
I hadn't heard that.
simply been asked to accompany you all to search for the Feywild sword.
Done it again. I've said too much.
Trixie's like, damn my
Yeah,
leadership
damn it.
skills. Every time Trixie solves an solves an issue using her voice, she gets negative inspiration. Going, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh boy.
Well, anyways.
Anyways, well, what do you guys want to do? What's the plan? You guys gonna?
So we're gonna try to fight her for the sword or secretly take it?
Well, she doesn't seem willing to give it up. She was very possessive of it.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think talking to her about giving the sword is going to work. I think if we tried that, we'd immediately lose our heads.
She can try.
Unless it was her
Hmm.
idea.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Unless it was her idea. Unless for some reason she decided she didn't want it anymore.
Oh. Well,
Wouldn't we
No
have
idea
to
how to make
convince
that
the
happen, just-
sword that the sword wanted to come with us?
maybe
oh
it
no,
could
not
come.
the sword. That she did. That she. So that sword has a hold on her, and that's why she doesn't want to give the sword away. But I think she's pretty strong-willed, and if she can find it in herself to, of her own will, put the sword down, with a moment to reflect, I think she'd step away from it. This place is eating.
And sir,
her.
you've told us everything you heard the sword saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We don't have any way of talking to just the sword.
You find it without her nearby.
Unless you wait till she falls asleep. If she even does. Probably not. No, that's not really an elf thing, is it? No.
No.
Hmm.
She
That
probably,
that
if
would
she's
make
like
things
me,
much
she'd have
easier.
to trance.
Ooh, quick note, Vivian. The her internal dialogue and the conversation between her and the sword was all in Elvish, just to be clear. Just side note, in case that was relevant.
I'll convey that too.
Well, we can try talking to her again and see if she wants us to look into why the market follows them.
I think it's a good idea.
And then, like any new information we find or make up, it just gives us an opportunity to talk to her again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys are gonna go find Isolde again?
Make her super extra suspicious of us. Yep.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's make her suspicious. Let's fucking go. You guys make your way past the corpse of the dead body of the guy, and you find Isolde without too much more issue. Not as difficult to find at this late hour. It seems she has some things to care about. You see her sort of basically just, she seems to be just patrolling. She has her hand on her sword, as like, you know, people are ought to do when their sword is hanging from their hip. And she's just kind of walking around the Litwick market. just sort of like walking through the various stalls as they kind of like look at her and almost like in a sort of intimidation kind of way, like, here I am. I just cut your buddy's head off. Now I'm walking through your stalls, sort of way. But she's not like glaring at people or anything, but she just kind of walks through. Actually, that's not true. She walks through the market with her sword on her hand on her sword. Um, very much, very in their face, like, here I am. I just killed your buddy. Somebody do something about it. Very much with like this sort of like hauntingly like malicious look in her face as she passes by the different people. And you, as she like sort of like leaves that market, you're all there again. She walks up to all of you, and she beheads Trixie. No, she says hello again. I'm sorry if my earlier display offended you, as you are guests here, I suspect.
I'd take no offense.
Good.
Certainly
Why-
seems like the market poses a threat, like danger.
Are you asking why the market poses a threat?
No, I'm just stating that it looks like it's not just like mischievous. It's like, but it always starts as just mischief and then it gets worse and then you have to move.
Yes, that's right.
There's
yeah.
There's got to be a reason for that.
I don't know why they do it. They certainly won't tell me. I don't think I'd be upset if you were all able to find out and let me know why. And maybe I can make them stop.
Yes, we were thinking we might.
I have my suspicions, but
We were
What
thinking
are your
we might be
suspicions?
willing.
I don't think it would be so right as to say what they were. Because I don't know if they're true or not. You know what I understand what I mean?
Sure.
You don't want to accuse someone.
That's fair.
Is there a way that we might be of some service in helping to resolve or at least de-escalate the situation?
With the Whitlicks? I
Yes.
mean, if you can, I won't be upset if you were able to find some way to make them stop harassing us. I would be impressed and very thankful. But many people in the carnival have tried before, and they seem pretty unwilling to talk about it. But maybe you will be able to do something that they won't. You seem like their type of people, if that makes sense.
Suppose we are.
Is there something else that I could do for all of you? You seem very interested in talking to me, but if I might be bold enough to say, you don't seem very upfront about why that is.
I think we merely find the entire situation relatively curious and a little unsettling. That it's so that the atmosphere is so fraught.
Make a deception check.
Ah, crap! Natural one.
She sort of like looks at you and narrows her eyes. She says, "Did someone send all of you to my carnival? Are you here for some reason I should know about?" You see her like gaze sort of like gets a lot more intense, and her grip on her sword is a little more tight.
Do the words Lady of the Carnival mean anything to you?
No, who is the Lady of the Carnival?
She's the lady that kind of oversees a carnival.
Okay.
So you're kind of
Are you
like
talking about me?
competition?
Are you competition?
Well, you're another carnival, right?
You are from the Witchlight, aren't you? Do they have new leadership? Is that who the Lady of the Carnival is? Is that why you're here?
No, the
Who do you
Or here
think
to
Witchlight?
take
runs that carnival?
these two elven brothers? It's been a very long time, but well, it's the name of the carnival, Mr. Witch, Mr. Light. I think
That's
those were
who
the
was running it when we were there.
yes, that's who I swapped this carnival with. That's who we swapped ownership of each other's carnivals, and this one's mine because of them, and they run the Witchlight Carnival, and so you're not from the Witchlight Carnival. You seem to know a lot about it for people who are not from the Witchlight Carnival.
Well, again, we were there. We played all the games. We met a lot of the people that work there.
But how do you
There's
know that the Witchlight Carnival has anything to do with my carnival?
because there's a greater hierarchy. People above Mr. Witch and Mr. Light.
Look, I don't care about the Witchlight Carnival, okay? If you're from the Witchlight Carnival, great. Just don't bring it here. I don't want to see that carnival. I don't just... If that's why you're here, then you should go and never come back. I don't want to see that carnival ever again.
Are you afraid of it?
No. I just like this carnival. Trixie, make a persuasion check.
God damn it. 15?
15. I can see you do pretty good for...
I rolled a 15. I have
Yeah.
a modifier.
Yeah. She looks at you and she says, well, you must know that there was a deal between myself and the Witchlight brothers. If the next time that we come into contact, we would swap carnivals back again. Being from the Witchlight Carnival, I'm sure you'd be aware of that deal. Is that why you're here, to make a negotiation of some kind? Because I don't want to trade the carnival. If you've been sent by them, go back and tell them not to come to the Shadowfell ever again.
We did not. I did not know that. Again, we don't work for the Witchlight Carnival. We just visited the Witchlight Carnival.
Then what do you want? Why are you here?
We kind of thought it would be fun like the other carnival, but it's very different.
No.
The Halls of Horror is very sad.
It was very sad.
Because that's true, but I know there's something you're all not telling me. And if
Oh,
you've
there's
come to
plenty
make a
we're not
mischief,
telling you.
is there something that I should know that you're not telling me? Because if you've come to make mischief at my carnival, it's not going to go well for you.
No, I don't really like mischief. Would you like to know more about me? I have lots of stories, but I don't think they'll interest you. But there's a lot of things I'm not telling you specifically, but I don't know if you want to know my whole life story.
I just want to know why you're all here.
The lady of the carnival asked us to visit.
Who's the lady of the carnival?
I'll look around. Is there like anybody like standing around within earshot?
Yeah, but
Are they
they're
marked?
kind of minding their own business. They're kind of just walking here and there and going there and there.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to Isolde and kind of whisper into her ear. We're here to help. We know about the collar.
She looks at you and looks at all the rest of you. She goes, you hear the slight click of the blade sort of like just unsheath a little. She says, so you were sent by the collar?
That's not by him.
You said you're here to help. Are you here to you help me to kill the collar?
If it comes to that.
You could swear the air in the carnival thickens almost somehow, as if something in the very atmosphere changed. It very much reminds you of like when Zybilna has become upset and the weather would change. You just see this like this malicious grin curl across the soul's face, and something about the air thickens. And then it kind of fades as quick as it came. Good, okay. You'll help me kill the collar. Once and for all. Okay. How much do you know about the... Come with me. Come. And she'll, with like, almost shaking with excitement, she takes you to the mostly burned down carnival van and like has you all get inside. She starts like, not caring that there's like fucking burning boards and scorched furniture, but inside it's like a very small, modest sort of like, it's like the caboose a little bit, you know, like it's a nice little cart for someone of station. And you suspect this is where Isolde lives. And there's like a big fucking hole in the ceiling because of the fire and the explosion, but she doesn't care. You guys are like looking for places to sit and you're like moving like broken boards off of chairs and shit. She goes, okay. You're here to help me kill the collar. I don't know who you are. I don't care. If you're here to help me kill the collar, that's all I need to hear. You all seem really well armed. You know how to fight?
I think so.
I think I know where to find the collar. I've been looking for the collar for a very long time, and I hadn't found any head or hair of the collar, but I heard a rumor that she's aboard a train here in the Shadowfell. From a reliable source. Someone came and told me where to find her. They can know where to find her. I can't leave because I have to protect the carnival. But if you can all go kill her for me, better yet, bring her here. Yeah, catch her and bring her to me. And then we'll go kill her for sure.
We'll see what we can do, but we're gonna need
Okay.
something from you.
What? What is it? What do you need?
Gonna look down at her blade.
She looks at it and she looks at you. And she like grips it tightly and she says, No. No. No, you can't take it. I need it. It's mine. No, absolutely not. Anything else, but not that.
What if you
I know,
were
enough. I wouldn't have to take you. What was that?
What if you were to come? If you were to bring it with you and to come with us?
Because it's my sword, and I need it to protect the carnival, and I have to be here at the carnival. But if you bring the collar to me, I'll kill her, and then she'll go back to where she came from, and then we could go there and kill her for real. Yeah, I need the sword to kill the collar with. I can't give it to you, it's mine.
That's fine. We're talking about after the collar is dealt with.
You said something interesting. I'm so sorry to interrupt. We have to kill the collar in order to hunt the collar and kill the collar. Would you
Yes.
expound upon that?
Yes. The collar is, I'm pretty sure, is a fiend. Is a fiend of some kind. If I could get my hands on the collar, if I could just
Can you
get my
describe?
hands on it.
Can you describe her?
No, I can't. I can't. I've never seen the collar.
What,
But if I could get my hands on the collar, I could find out what kind of fiend they are, where they're from, and then when I kill the collar, it's gonna go back to the plane it came from, and then I go to the plane, and then I kill her there for real.
How would you go to the plane if you can't leave the carnival?
She looks genuinely confused in that moment. I'll
The sword
go.
required to kill the collar?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
can you tell me one more thing? What did the caller do? We're meeting out justice, but for what?
Collar killed all my friends. Slaughtered them. Like animals.
But the collar's on this train on this plane. Or
Yes.
that's what you heard. I can
Yes.
probably scry on them or try.
I don't know. Ooh, I'll see if she knows. She goes, you could scry. You have the power to scry?
It's very difficult when I've never met them, but I know the name, so I can give it a try. And if it doesn't work today, then I can try again tomorrow.
Yeah, you should confirm. I don't know if the information is totally right, but I just heard that. Well, you see, the carnival is very special. It's not like some other places. We can go through the mist, and we can go to the different dark places here and there. So I can move the carnival to the place where the train will be, and then when it gets there, you can get on the train and bring the collar to me. It's a very
Oh.
special train. It's an evil train. I'm told that. I'll tell you about the train because you're gonna have to go on the train. So let me tell you about the train. Okay. The train it has a name. It's called Siri 1313, the Morning Rail. It was the last train out of some great apocalyptic event that happened on some other plane. Apparently, some place exploded and there was mist, and I don't know all of the story about that. But apparently, this was the last train out of this place called Siri. And it's here now, and that's where the collar is.
I'm just gonna head off a little bit. I'm gonna fucking try scrying on the collar. I might as well.
Okay. Yeah, give it a shot.
But like off the table or whatever, we know she killed her friends, right?
No, the collar did.
Okay.
Okay, so she gets like a +5, right? Because you've never met her?
Yeah.
And what's your spell save DC?
21.
21. The scry permeates through the veil of divination. You see the interior of the back of a very fast-moving train with electricity shooting out from underneath the cart. You go inside, and it's a lavish, beautiful final carriage. You see this beautiful woman who is down in these this strange garb. It's gorgeous and it's very high. It's very lovely fashion. It's very sort of avant-garde. It almost looks a little bit like what you've seen Lana wear here and there around the palace in different occasions, especially when she was joining up. She was wearing these very fine, sort of ostentatious outfits. She's wearing something similar to that, but it's very revealing, very sexy. Beautiful woman with long red hair. And she's talking to this ghost. And he's saying, I can't believe we left, and I'm sure we'll get out in time. We'll get out before it happens. And the woman goes, of course we will, my dear. Of course we will. There's nothing to worry about. We're going to get out. You just need to send your train exactly where I told you to, and there will be no issue. And he goes, yes, I can trust you. She goes, of course you can trust me. And her eyes sort of glow red, and his do as well. And he goes, yes, all right. I will send someone to the conductor, and we will ensure that this lightning rail makes its way out of here. And perhaps the best place to be right now is maybe we go to the capital. We might find allies in perhaps Sean. She goes, of course, my dear Sean, we will go right there. The fastest way out of this little apocalypse of yours is just to keep going straight ahead. He goes, right. And everyone will be okay. No one will have died because of me. She goes, that's right. Not a single soul will have died. And as the scry pulls out, you see a 10-car train shooting through the Shadowfell at lightning speed, with literal lightning trailing underneath. And on the outside of the actual engine at the front that's been warped by, it's like very much like a ghost train warped, you see dozens of green spirits desperately clinging to the side of the train, screaming. And the scry fails after 10 minutes.
Sharn, is that what I heard?
Yes.
They're going to Sharn? Do you know where that is?
Isolde says, I don't know. I have no idea what Sharn is, no.
That's where they're stopping. So if maybe you can ask around, maybe people know where Sharn is.
Brock and Trixie can make a slightly high DC history check.
Okay.
Okay.
19?
19.
Hey. 18.
18.
Look at us and our history. We're so
Yeah,
you
plus
guys both
0.
got it. You
My plus
recall,
0.
you two recall that as Lana walked here and there around the palace, she often spoke of a city of towers back in her home plane known as Sharn.
So not the shadow.
Going to Eberron.
And your carnival can't.
No, it can't. And I don't, from what I've been told, I don't think that train can either. It's one of the dark places here. It's where was it? I heard somebody say it once. It's a domain of dread. That's it. It has to stay here. It's tied to the Shadowfell. There's places in the Shadowfell. You see, there's places in the Shadowfell where there are people who are very upset, very sad, a deep amount of pain, and they're stuck in it. And these domains of dread are built around their suffering. And their suffering is what powers the Shadowfell. So the Shadowfell would never let the train leave, because it needs it. It's tethered to the Shadowfell. It can't leave.
So is Sharn in the Shadowfell now then? Did something bad might have happened?
I don't know.
There was a lot of ghosts on the train.
I'll tell you what, Trixie, make me an insight check.
Motherfucker. I rolled a 1.
Mm,
Or an 8.
never mind. Isolde says, regardless, wherever they're going, I don't know what their final destination is, but I do know where they will be traveling through, and I can move the carnival, and we can be in position at the right time, and you guys can jump on the train, find the caller, bring the caller to me. So you're gonna have to jump on the train.
The train is moving very, very fast.
Yes.
Okay.
but it's my only chance to get the collar, or I might be stuck here for who knows how long. And you just have to do it. You have to get the collar and bring the collar here. You saw the collar, right?
I did. She's very beautiful. Red hair, gold outfit, and she was talking to the ghost, and I feel like she was maybe manipulating the ghost a little bit.
That's
Yeah,
what
like-
demons do.
The ghost seemed really afraid, which seems kind of odd for people that are already dead.
Well, what's
But-
worse than death?
I don't know, being stuck on a train? I don't know.
I don't care.
Public
don't care.
transit.
Public transit.
I don't care about the people on the train. I don't care about them. I don't
No,
care.
but if we're gonna go on a train, sometimes it's good to know about people that are there. If we want to, what if we have to find her and she's hard to find on the train? They might be able to help.
Whatever helps you get the job done, as long as I get my hands on her. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna tell the carnival to pack up and get moving. Okay, and she shuffles out of the carriage and just leaves you guys in her quarters. And starts, like, you can hear her outside being like, okay, packing up, we're moving out, we're gonna... Starts, like, shouting orders, basically.
So I feel like after she kills the collar, then we might be able to convince her to let us borrow the sword to go and kill this collar back at her home.
And I'm not positive, but I think that would take us into the abyss.
We actually didn't ask her where the home was, but
I don't think she knew,
that's true. We might have to ask the collar.
but
Fiends come from lots of places. The Abyss is indeed one of them.
Now, aren't
I'll tell
all
you guys
the
what.
hells,
Oh, go ahead. Keep going.
are the hells included in all that?
I'll tell you what. Anyone who wants to know about the Fiend's relationship with the Outer Planes can make a religion check.
I would love to.
sure.
Shit.
16.
18.
Hey,
17.
good job, guys.
I'm looking for my real. Holy shit! I forgot. I forgot that I was accidentally
You're smart.
doing that.
You're
Yeah, no,
smart.
22. I forgot.
22.
that I
Yeah,
was proficient.
Vivian forgot that she was a part of mythology. He's literally a religious figure. Okay. Being a literal Greek demigod. Okay. Yeah, all of you would know that the lower planes are where people go when they're bad, and there are many different planes. The 9 hells is one of them, and that's where devils reside. There is also indeed the abyss, and that's where demons are from. Devils and demons don't like each other. They are always fighting. But there are many other lower planes that are inhabited by various varieties of fiends, usually. There's another one, I think there's a much more neutral plane called, I actually think it's called Hades, where it's a place that is filled with creatures known as Nargaloth, I believe, which are a sort of neutral evil fiend. So yeah, the lower planes are heavily inhabited with various varieties of fiends, and those different varieties don't get along very well, usually.
How do we jump on a really fast train?
Really quickly.
Dimension door.
Well, you guys will have a day to figure it out. You can swap some spells around, maybe find your way on board. But for now, we ran a little overtime. Let's go to our break. I'd like to have a break a little earlier, but I forgot. So 5-10 minutes. We'll be right back.
So, how's it going, guys? I hope I didn't miss.
And you?
I'm doing well.
You're doing well. That's good.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're doing well.
Yep. I'm doing pretty good. But I didn't miss too much, did I?
No, not really. We just got to the Shadow Carnival. Talked to a few people. Saw their like little horror shows and whatever.
Oh. So like, what's the vibes? You know, the vibes of this whole place.
Frankenstein is the vibe.
Is
Yeah.
is patheticide a word?
It is
I
now.
don't know I've ever heard
That-
that word.
You have now, and that's what it is.
Wow.
You're welcome. Okay. Let's kick it off. So, we are still talking, communicating, perhaps, about what has transpired, about Isolde's enthusiasm over the concept of you guys catching the caller, bringing her to her. Or, of course, you can also just be like, okay, that's that. We're going to go help out. We can skip to the next day. Or start a long rest. Your guys' decision. What would you like to do?
I mean, we could do it the same day.
What was that?
We can like hop on the train the same day.
It's tomorrow. The next
Okay,
day.
tomorrow.
Yeah. She's like, I need to get the carnival into position, basically.
So we can keep talking to her, talk to other people, go look around more, or we can try to go to sleep.
I mean, we got the start of our plan, but it gets a little hazy once we get toward the end of whatever Isolde had planned.
I would say we could teleport on the train, but
That's a dangerous game.
yeah. Oh, I can always revivify whoever doesn't make it. That's all.
Oh, you got diamond like that?
You
No.
got diamonds, bro? You got diamonds, bro?
No.
I'm not rich.
I feel like we'll just have to jump and hope for the best. Getting the collar off of the train and back here might be more difficult.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the amount of G-forces that the mortal bodies we possess, you know, going from like 0 to like 900 million, I feel like that would be detrimental to certain things. Not all things, but you know, just certain things.
What's your intelligence score?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
IRL or never mind, because that's quite embarrassing. 19 with the
Oh, yeah, you got the fucking
Yeah,
hat
the
of
super
smarts on again.
smart.
Okay, never
Smart.
mind. I was gonna say, don't worry about it. You're not smart enough, but you're definitely smart enough to know about that.
I
Definitely.
think it actually has like, I think he has like 10 or 12 intelligence without it. So he's like above average.
Nah, it doesn't matter. While you're wearing it, you are like savant level of intelligence. Like hella smart.
When I was scrying, could I tell like how fast it was actually going?
Give me a minute, and I can give you that info. Make me. Now this is up to you, Trixie. Make me a investigation check to see if you can look at the speed of the train and calculate the in like a miles per hour sort of percentile.
Mm-hmm. I want to see
Go for
that.
it.
Well, this is not going to be good.
It's what 299,000 miles per.
11.
What this light?
11.
Yeah, right. The speed of light.
I think it's like
Like from the description, Trixie's just assuming the speed of lightning.
299,792,458
It's going the
meters
speed
per
of
second.
lightning. You know when you cast lightning bolt and it's like almost instant, like that. I will say this, Trixie, it is. You don't know for certain, but it is. But this you do know for certain. It is by far the fastest moving thing you have ever seen in your entire life. Like the fastest moving vehicle, person, object, period. Like maybe there's spells that you cast where like, like you fire like magic missile or lightning bolt or whatever, and you're like, it's probably going just about as fast. Like you don't know specifically, but it's going pretty damn fast.
If only Mordenkainen was here.
yeah, it's like a step above Jace, just a little bit, just a
It's
little.
just a little faster than Chase.
I mean, could the Brignock like freeze time, jump on there, and slow it down for us?
Well, he dead.
Do something
no,
to
wait,
the
that's-
train to
never
slow
mind.
it down?
That was the red cap.
Well, he dead. Well, he dead. Attendant Trig appears from Major Domo's pocket. And goes, "Oh, I'm afraid to say I am not quite that powerful."
No, I don't mean like with magic stop the train, but use your magic to get on the train and then do something to
Oh boy,
fuck up the train.
I got it. I'm a seamster. I mean, I could do some stuff. Let me think. He's like,
Just hit something with a wrench? I don't know.
oh god. Let me think. And he's gonna think if he has the power to slow down time around an entire domain of dread and enough for you guys to get on
Here.
time.
I have an idea.
I could conjure more Brignocks if you need help.
Okay. Okay. I can do like, listen, I can accelerate the passage of time around myself so that I can accomplish work faster. So I could do like an hour-long task in like a couple of seconds. It was pretty impressive, admittedly. But how do I put this? I don't know how I do it. Like I just kind of do it. Like, let me put it this way. You can all see and use your eyes to see, right? That would be like me saying like, well, can't you just throw your eyeballs somewhere or look through someone else's eyes? I just kind of do it, and I don't know how to make it more powerful. I just do it, I would love to though, if I could. I'm very, very sorry I can't.
So like once you're in your little time bubble, you can't like move.
Oh no, I move. It feels a lot like everything slows down around me. And then I work for about an hour, and then things kind of speed up again. But here,
I'm just
I'll show you. Let me show you.
If you had a team of Brignocks, could
Could
carry us onto the train.
No. Here's what you do.
Don't you have a flying cow?
We do have a flying cow.
I
You-
just don't know that they'd be fast.
Aren't you all like wicked powerful, like magical demigods of ages? And I just sow shit really quickly sometimes, and you guys are like like a holy warrior, a primeval spirit of druidic power, a literal demigod, a werebear, and a walker of plain magic. I sew shit.
You're critical to this. See,
Oh,
this is this morning rail. It is a train. Yes?
Are you asking me? I don't.
Just everybody. I guess to Trixie, this train, it's on tracks. Yes?
did I see tracks?
No.
No.
Oh,
No, it's just
Well.
like
forget what I said.
Yeah, it's from her description. It sounded like a ghost train. I don't know that
So,
it follows the physical properties.
there are
Ghost-
definitely
ghost
ghosts
tracks.
on the train.
You want to see a picture of it?
there's definitely ghost tracks then.
Yes, because I will know what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, you know what it looks like, so I can give you this. Okay, in the Facebook. Coming at you now.
What the fuck?
No, so I've seen that. But
Yeah.
Trixie explained this to you, so you don't really know what this looks like because she's bad at explaining things.
Yeah, even as a as he put it, a master plane walker or whatever. Best I can do is an ensnaring strike. Sorry, I can wrap it in vines. But you know, it's like a second level spell. So you know,
Don't you teleport like regularly? Like you swing your sword and you literally move through space and time?
well, to put it bluntly, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can, if we're talking about moving through space and time, I can take myself and another person.
Holy shit. Really? Says the Bricknock.
I can get on. Excuse me. I do have the ability to get on the train, I believe, but there's quite an amount of force in the speed that you're describing, Trixie. So for me to, well, you have one ability that could prevent me from being completely washed. If I were to get on said train, did it look like it had a conductor or an engine or anyone driving?
They did mention talking to.
Technically, that would be the engineer. The conductor takes the tickets.
Indeed. Yes. I don't drive trains. I drive
Been on a lot of
planes.
trains, Brox. Been on a lot of trains.
I've taken a train in my day.
They did talk about speaking to somebody about setting in where they were going to stop. So obviously there's someone on the train that drives it and can stop it.
But
Interesting.
didn't you say that they're dead?
Yes, other than the caller, everybody else I saw was a ghost.
Well, it would signify that inside of the train, gravitational forces at work may not be quite so intense. So perhaps once I am able to get on, I can find a way to stop it, and then the cavalry may arrive.
I mean, I think we can all try our best to get on by just jumping or whatever. But if we can't, then you can do that, right?
Yes, but I would like to just stress if you do not hit what you are trying, or even if you do hit what you are trying to hit to catch onto it, you may experience quite a few
Lighthearted dizziness, indigestion.
I know what I'm about.
loss of limb. quite literally.
Yeah, I mean,
Life.
for me, the only thing I can do is try to turn into something that flies really fast, but I don't think I'm catching it.
Fast
But
as
maybe you
light.
guys can get on.
What animals are you familiar with?
What animals? Well, I can turn into a giant eagle. They're pretty fast, but I don't think they're as fast as
Faster
this
than
train.
light.
So I
Actually,
want to give a quick update to what you saw, Trixie, on the back carriage. Everything that I have said is true, except for one thing. The person that's the beautiful woman that was talking to was not a ghost. Said all the same stuff, but was not a ghost. And looked quite strange. I never gave you a description of that individual. I think I got a little caught up in the collar. Basically, the person was had like chains and like spikes and gears around their wrist, very stylistically. Had long purple hair with like gold rings in it, sort of gilded in there. Very pale. And all kinds of like, there's another word for it, like artificiary devices sort of strapped around their bandolier, their belt, their arms and stuff. You've seen it on Lana. And the person just like looks like a bad dude. He just like looks like a bad dude. I don't know how else to say it. He looks kind of sinister. That's all. Just wanted to update who that guy was.
Okay.
The Brignock says, okay, hear me out. I'm not a very smart man, right? But if we're getting creative, and it sounds like we're getting creative, how about this? What if the train, train comes, whatever train is, I don't know what a train is, but it sounds very fast. It goes very fast, right? And what if you are already flying? You're flying in this direction, and when it like comes flying up from under you, you land on it.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, okay, good. I was okay. Oh, never mind. You're smarter than it's fair.
You're just as smart as me.
I'm
I don't know.
confident that I could get myself inside the train and survive the difference in speed.
Well, good for you. Like,
The
So
question would be,
Jace can get himself in. You can get you
Question
and one
would
other
be-
person.
yeah, whether or not we could get other people.
And then I can fly the last person. Probably Brock, because he's tougher.
I can, yeah.
Brock
If there's an
can
open window, I can get myself in.
I think we're
Brock
aiming
can
for the top.
catch the train. Just catch the train, Brock. You can
catch
do
the
it.
whole
Catch it.
train.
Wait
Oh,
a minute,
God.
hold
He
on.
just loses his arms.
Hang on a
You're strong.
second. What if I just grab the whole train?
Yeah, you might be onto something here.
Brock, you're stronger than this, right?
Yo, Rock,
You're
take it in. You're immune to bludgeoning damage, dude.
Ah, yes. Of course.
It'll hurt like
the
a
answer,
motherfucker, but it's not gonna damage you.
The answer was right in front of me the whole time.
You just
Well,
stand in front of the train.
Yeah.
This
I
sounds
don't-
advisable.
Kidding, Brock, no, Brock.
But
Brock,
this was
no.
your idea.
I was. Oh shit!
It was your idea. Wait, what? Yeah. So if it doesn't work, it's your fault.
As much as I would like to see you succeed, I
But you don't think I will?
I want a long rest immediately so we can get to this and see how fucking bad this goes.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. So the Brignock's like, actually, I just did discover the power of time magic. And suddenly we're all having a long rest. Everyone go ahead and have a long rest. Swap your spells if needed.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
Don't get stuck in the planning paralysis. It sounds like we got it's the first plan you guys have thought of. We should do it. Doesn't need refinement. We don't need a backup one. Let's
It's
just do it.
perfect.
It's
Am
perfect.
I carrying anybody or is Brock just soloing it?
Oh, I'm gonna
Trying to
stop the
catch it.
train.
You're gonna stop the train. Okay.
Yeah, there's no need to even risk anything. I got it.
I'm still trying my own thing.
I cannot wait for this.
Brock, I am fully confident in your abilities. But completely unrelated. Have you thought about your last will and testament to the world? I'm sure that you have some valuable items that would be terrible to go to waste should you be involved in a very deadly, horrific.
You're right. It can happen at any time.
Major Domo Pegla says it is probably a good idea. I mean, if anything was going to kill a werebear with bludgeoning damage, it'd probably be like an electric ghost train. So let's we should get that down.
Okay. If anything happens to me,
Who gets your pelt?
Who gets your pelt? Is that what you just said?
Yeah,
not you.
I wasn't asking for myself.
If I was to die, the pelt would no longer remain.
Oh,
We're going to skin you after.
I would just be a gnome then.
well,
yeah, your gnome pelt. You're a pretty hairy gnome, weren't you?
yeah, he was.
Just kidding.
All right. If anything happens to me, I'll like there at this point there's like a small nest on top of my head. I want Trixie to take care of Scorch.
That's
Of
fair.
course.
That's fair. Animals and such. Yes.
Oh no. I have my pet snake.
Oh yeah, Scorch.
What will I do with my pet snake?
I'm sure they'll be best.
No,
Oh,
but when I wild shape, I can't just take the snake with me.
Says
Why
you.
not?
Not a
Why
good
not?
fit.
It'll just gotta hang out for dear life.
You got a couple talons. Birds love picking up snakes.
That's
Yeah,
true.
you're like the bird on the Mexican flag.
You just need to like go stand on a cactus.
What bird is that on the Mexican flag?
Isn't it eagle?
Isn't it Quetzalcoatl?
It better not be, because I'll give you one country that took that first. So
Not on our flag.
oh yeah, shit. Fuck.
Yeah.
Maybe
All right,
German. Anyway.
All right, you all. Anyway, you all wake up the next morning. Though the sun is rose, it's still a very it's like a heavily clouded over, fairly bleak day still. You still feel the darkness of the environment. And as you wake up to the, whatever carriage you guys got in, rattling across the landscape, making their way onto greener pastures, so to speak. Yeah. I'm gonna just double check. Well, I guess I could have done it a second ago, but whatever. Yeah.
And those temp HP that Tamlin gave us are gone now, right?
Yeah, we can have another talk if you want.
Oh please,
you guys.
spy me.
So if you guys are rolling along, Isolde will say to you guys, I've been thinking about it, and I'd really love to be there. But if you guys, there's a fast train, so if you have plans, I don't want to just, I can get myself on the train, but I think I want to come with you all. So I'm gonna come with you.
What about the carnival?
The carnival will be fine. The carnival will be fine. I mean, we just
Pardon?
moved, so the Whitlick carnival, the Whitlick market will take some time to catch up. So everything will be fine. They'll be okay. They have the half giant. Everybody's very talented, and we left them behind. And we'll come right back right afterward.
Oh.
Do you have a way onto the very fast train?
Yes.
Everybody does. I'm gonna stop it.
What? What was that?
I
What's
don't
up?
think he understands how fast this train is going.
He can do it.
Is it very fast?
It's very, very fast.
It's about to be very slow when I
Okay, well-
catch it.
Okay. Well, here it comes. Here. You guys hear the
right through the carnival.
takes out the big top. Just destroys everything. Oh shit! I should have placed it like 10. Oh fuck. No, but as they're setting up, you guys do indeed see like on the horizon, a black smoke.
I'm gonna
And as the
turn-
black smoke is getting bigger and bigger and getting closer and closer, you begin to see that mess of metal and like ghostly spirits desperately clinging to the front of it, and it's getting very close very fast.
Okay.
I would have immediately turned into the giant eagle and started dashing.
Onto the winged bull.
Okay, Tamlin gets on the winged bull. Your retainers are like, oh, should we come with you, Master Tamlin?
Nope, stay here.
All right, we will stay put. Vivian?
Vivian's gonna ask if she can. I can.
Yeah. Jump on, Viv.
Ooh, nicknames. Yep, you jump aboard. So Tamlin and Vivian are flying the giant bull, flying through the air. I know what Brock's doing. Trixie, you turn into a giant eagle.
Yeah, and I'm just-
Jace,
yeah.
Yeah, Jace, what are you up to?
I am going to. I'm gonna stand right next to Brock, side by side,
You're gonna help?
something like
You're
that.
a madman.
Can I while we're flying out to meet the train, can I cast Death Ward on myself?
Yes, you can. Isolde will stand beside Chase and Brock and be like, "You two are mad." Okay, let's do this. And she goes like, "We're teleporting onto it, right? That was the whole plan."
Not quite for me.
But you two are mad. She starts doing the actual thing where like she's gonna run and then like she's doing the ray thing in the final
Oh yeah.
Skywalker thing. But she's basically doing that where she's like gonna run that way and then like jump and teleport onto it while it's running by. Probably is the plan. Okay, so we're gonna take this one at a time and figure out how this goes. I gotta start with Brock.
Yeah.
There's no way I don't think I could reasonably live with myself if I didn't start with Brock.
Look at it.
So here comes the train. Doot doot.
Can I ready a bonus action?
I don't think you can. It's
This
only
is where
actions, I
Brock
believe.
loses his arms.
I am ready.
Like and Fred, they'll grow back.
Man, I should have put electricity under it. That would have made it look so cool. Oh well. I don't have an ambient train sound, so I think I'm just gonna put on some fucking battle music for now because that's the vibe.
Because we're fighting the train.
You're fighting the train. Okay, let's do this. So, I'm gonna put my first PC down. Brock, you are standing in front of the train, and so is Jace apparently. So I'm just gonna throw Jace down as well. What do you do, Brock?
As it's like barreling toward me, how much time do I have?
Like from the moment that you like notice it on the horizon to like when it hits you?
Yeah.
You got a bit of time. You got like maybe like a minute, maybe like 2, if you're lucky.
Okay.
Fucker's moving pretty damn quick. I think
Okay,
Jace Silverlong and his great intelligence would recognize this is moving 30 miles an hour.
That's it.
Oh, piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
All right. I have a feature called.
Yeah.
It is called bolstering magic.
Uh-huh.
Uh, as an action, you can touch one creature, which can be yourself, and confer one of the following benefits of your choice to that creature. And this one will be roll a d3, and the creature. Oh wait, not that one. For 10 minutes, the creature can roll a d3, and whenever making an attack roll or ability check, it can add the number roll to a d20 roll.
Okay.
So I'll cast that on myself.
Okay. So. Okay. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Keep going. All right.
All right. What else are you doing?
Once it looks like it is within 60 feet, I want to rage.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. I don't think you need to worry too much about like the dynamic of how close or far it is. I'm sure the adrenaline is gonna be more than enough to satiate your rage.
Okay.
I'm not worried about it in this instance. I'm sure your body's gonna be able to stay into a rage with this about to hit you. So you go into a rage. Maybe like it's sort of preemptive, like you accidentally just sort of let off your rage a little early, but your body's just like shivering because it's so full of emotion. Okay,
roll
you
for
rage.
wild magic.
Roll for wild magic. Roll for sorcery and barbarian wild magic.
17 for the d20. So
Fuck.
no.
I was gonna say,
Nope.
watch my man roll a 20, and then roll like some
get
bullshit.
turned into a plant.
Not even. I was gonna say like it's turned into like you become spectral or you immediately teleport to
Right.
wherever you want or something.
You get sent to the astral plane.
yeah. Fuck. Anyway, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so now I rolled a 1 and a 6. Okay, let's go with 6. Until your rage ends, you're surrounded by multicolored protective lights. You gain +1 bonus to AC, and any allies within 10 feet of you also get a +1 to AC.
Nice.
I don't know if that's gonna help, but here it is.
Got
Here
it.
we are.
Yeah. Okay. Trains flying at you. Now what?
I brace
Brace?
for impact. Yeah, I try and time it so I catch it.
Okay, cool.
Like
I'll tell you
there's
what,
like
Brock.
there's in the picture. It's kind of all melted, but it's got like one of those what are they called? Cow catchers.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Brock. I'll make you a deal. Okay? You're a strong guy. If you roll a nat 20, you can stop the train.
A nat 20.
If you have advantage because you're raging. If you roll me a nat 20,
All right.
you can stop the train. You can halt an entire domain of dread from progressing.
Right.
You can stop a necrotic lightning ghost train moving 30 miles an hour and stop it in its tracks. If you roll me a nat 20.
As Brock is like about to like, fucking catch this bitch, I kind of look over at him with his beautiful lights and shit. I'm like, I gave you this idea and we'll do it together.
Shut up.
Right before my turn.
Okay.
Okay. So
I'm
Jace, I got before you make the roll, I gotta ask, Jace, are you actually what's going on there, dude?
I don't want to spoil
Or wait,
it.
or you want to wait? You want to wait? Okay, we're gonna wait.
Yeah.
Okay, Brock, give me
straight
give me a
roll.
nat 20.
Straight d20.
No, you got advantage, man. This is a strength. This is an athletics check for sure. Roll me a nat 20, and you're raging,
athletics.
so you
Athletics.
You're trying to stop the train, right? That's an athletic. That's a feat of athletics, if you ask me. So you are raging, so you have advantage.
All right. Athletics. Whew.
Say the incantation.
Oh, it was a natural 17 for 26.
That's still very good, but don't think it's enough for a single humanoid, even one as strong as you. I think it's just like a mass thing at that point. Like, it's not even about strength. It's just about the fact that you're this big and the train is this big and it's going 30 miles an hour.
Do I at least hang on? Am I with the ghosts?
Does he slow it?
I'll tell you what. Fuck no, he doesn't slow it, man. He's a little. I don't even know what to tell you, man.
You saw it slowed like that much. You saw it, right?
Jace Silverlong and his great intelligence, being able to like do math like a crazy person, sees an incremental momentary slowing of the train momentarily. I'm very sorry to say that you don't stop the 30 miles an hour lightning train.
It's only traveling 29 now.
But with a 20, yeah, it travels 29 for about one round, and then it goes back to 30. And I will say, Brock, with you roll certainly well enough that I'll say you absolutely grappled onto the front of the train. It like slashed into you, and it's like halfway through your belly. So, but you're a fucking werebear, so it doesn't matter.
That's
and
not magic.
You've got it. So you're like, as you're like flying across the Shadowfell 30 miles an hour, wind whipping over your hair.
Spider-Man fucking holding the train and breaking all the fucking boards as it goes, but it's just ground.
But it's Spider-Man standing in the middle of the train tracks going.
Yeah.
And then the train just fucking decks him.
No,
he's Mr. Incredible at the start of The Incredibles, where he's like, and the train just like goes straight through his ass. Okay, so Brock, you're holding onto the front. Your feet aren't touching the ground because this train floats. What do you do, Jace? So you're right next to him when he attempts to catch the train. What do you do?
So after I tell him like, we're gonna do this together. And then, like, as the train is, like, right about to hit, I use ethereal step to, like, go through the train.
That's fair. You're like, and you're like, I got you, bro. I got you. Brock's like, yeah. And then it hits you. And I imagine, Brock, you think Jace just got cut in half and he's somewhere. I don't see how you imagine anything else happened. Like, you're seeing this 30-mile-an-hour train coming at you. I imagine you go full tunnel vision and you don't, and then all you know is that Jace is not beside you anymore, and where he should have been standing is now a train. So you're like, yeah, he's dead. That's probably what you're thinking. You're like, there's no doubt about it. There's no way he's not dead. So Jace, you cast Ethereal Step and you just onto the train as it's moving. We're gonna get to that, but I know where Jace landed. We're gonna because people might end up on different cars depending on their plans. So I just want to walk in where everyone ends up. So why don't we go to Vivian and Tamlin for a second here? What is the plan for you folks?
Yeah, we're going to we're on the flying bull there.
Yeah.
And we're going to try to fly, we want to be flying in the same direction as the train is coming, kind of in front of it so that it passes us by underneath.
Got it.
And then we're going to dimension door into the engine room there.
Got it. Okay, that's easy enough. You guys could have stood on the side of the road and done that and you'd have been fine. Absolutely, you guys do that. I imagine you guys up on Angus looking down like, that crazy son of a bitch is gonna do it. And then you see like Brock's like, oh, and he just gets, and you guys are like, oh, that's gotta hurt. And Brock, goddamn, does it hurt. Not enough to hurt, not to actually damage you, but boy, does it hurt. In fact, your breakfast from yesterday probably is gone. Not my food.
I paid 100 gold for that.
Oh, you've slept since then. No, you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Your breakfast from this morning. Then you had like some porridge this morning. You guys see a soul going, oh fuck, like running, but she's running in such a way that if the train it would pass her by, so she's running beside it. The moment she does that, she jumps into the air. There's like a flame, and she vanishes into the flame, and she's going to appear in the train with you, Jace. Well, actually, I'm gonna roll for her timing because that's a pretty fast fucking train. Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
she gets on it. She rolled like a 15 plus her bonuses. She's fine. So she's gonna get on there with Jace. Okay, last but not least, Trisawin. What's the play?
So I'm probably trying to fly like 5 feet above where it is. And then once it like I'm going double, so I'm doing like 160 feet around. And then once it comes, I'll just lower down and try to grab on with my talons.
160 feet is pretty good. Why don't you roll me, let's call it, not a high DC because it's still going about 3 times faster than you at that 160?
No, you're right. It's 3 times.
3 times fast.
Yep.
So it's definitely a lot easier than what these guys are doing, but it's still pretty fast. Roll me, let's call it I'll let you pick. Either an insight or an acrobatics check. It is your choice. So insight for timing, acrobatics for just like your skill at flight. And this acrobatics would be as a giant eagle.
So that'd just be like Dex.
Yeah.
So no.
Okay.
God damn it! I keep rolling shitty. 14.
Damn it, Bobby. What you got?
14.
14. I'm gonna say that you undershot it just a little bit, but you're gonna still end up like here on the cart. So you end up on the second carriage, but you land safely. You go in, you like kind of touch your claws down, they kind of bounce off of the train as they go, and then you're like, oh, I gotta really dig them in there, and then you put them in there and you catch the second car, and you're good.
I killed that poor snake.
No, I would say your snake's good. Your snake's okay. It's going like off the back of you, but it's definitely like an antenna like in the wind.
So I'm just gonna change back into me because like the amount of wind that a giant eagle is probably picking up on this thing is ridiculous. So
yeah, you're like, oh, like parachuting, like, oh, and then you and turn back into yourself. No problem. Okay, Brock.
Yes.
You're on the front of the train. You've got this train about halfway through your belly. What are you doing?
It's cutting through me. Jace is dead. Can I can I start climbing?
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Yeah, make me either an acrobatics or athletics check. Athletics would be at advantage because you're raging.
Because I'm raging and I just got hit by a train.
And you just got hit by a train, so we'll count that as an attack. So the train attacked you. Assault in the third
it's self-defense.
Assault and battery.
That is 18 plus 9, 27.
Absolutely. You're like, ugh, and you like push it out of your gut, and then like sort of like fall up the front of like the guard there, and you get like caught onto that like front mantelpiece, and you grab it around, use your great strength to sort of like, it's not even like you're climbing towards the train, it's more like you're letting go incrementally, like going down like a fire rail or something because the wind is so intense coming past you. But yeah, with that roll, you finally managed to get on top of the train, to which you like, and you look down and you see Trixie like wind whipping out behind, or hair whipping behind her. But you two have made it on top of the train together, and Trixie, to your astonishment, Brock has made it onto the train.
I slowed it down.
We can barely hear each other. I feel like you didn't.
We lost Jace.
What do you mean?
He's gone.
Gone where? Don't fucking tell Trixie. Jace died.
He's gone where? Oh fuck.
Oh shit.
I can't do.
Like Trixie definitely saw Jace like teleport and was like, "Ah, he's good." It's like, gone
did I?
where? What do you mean? I
do
I
have
don't know.
good.
I'm just
I do have
talking.
really good perception.
Yeah, you're a fucking giant eagle. You saw what happened because you know everybody in the party was watching Brock and Chase, being like,
That's
"Let's see what these
true.
idiots do." There, like,
I flew way ahead of them, so
oh, that's true. That's true. But you would have looked back and been like, "Did they die?" Like, you know, are they alive? Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, you're flying along. You're like, "Oh, I hope they're okay." Then you just see Brock just like hurling, and then you're like, "Oh, fuck. Oh shit." Okay. Okay. You did it, guys. You did it. You
Just
crazy
gonna-
sons of bitches.
yell to Brock to come to me because he's gonna have to help me climb down because I'm super not strong.
Yeah, you're just holding on to
I'm
like
just gonna wait
your
for Brock and then I'm just gonna hold on to Brock. I'm
Try-
gonna piggyback on Brock.
yeah, you're just holding on to like the holes you made from your talons. You're just holding on to them desperately as you're rocketing through.
Ryan, I am curious what I see while I'm in the ethereal plane around this train.
Oh, you see a ton of shit, dude. You momentarily portal in, and you see like hella ghosts. I don't know how else to put it. It's just hella ghosts being like as you're like flying past like 100 ghosts clinging to the side of the train desperately, fearfully. Yeah, that's what you see. Or actually, all these ghosts are on the prime. Oh no, there's some on the ethereal. So you guys, as the train's coming, you do see these like spirits, these ghosts like clinging to the side of the train. But they sort of move quite easily in and out of the ethereal plane because they're ghosts. So Jace, you would see basically those guys and then the guys on the ethereal plane holding onto the train as well as you portal past.
Oh, cool.
Okay, now that you've all survived the train, we're gonna go to inside the train. This is my lightning rail music. Okay. The first thing that happens is Jace appears. He's the first one in. Jace, you go flying in the ethereal plane, and you smash onto this back door. Make me a give me like a dexterity saving throw.
I hope I land it and look cool, but that's probably not going to be the case.
High DC. High DC to look cool.
That'll be a 28.
28. Shit. Good job. Yeah, you know what? You're like, this is gonna be fast, and you know it's gonna be fast. So you just like bring your body in because you're like, I'm gonna hit something. There's no way around it. So you curl your body in as tight as you can, put your arms in front of your face and everything, and you just jump. And as you're inside the car, you become physical in midair, and at 30 miles an hour, you hit the door on the back, but luckily it's a door, so it flies open. And then so it hurts you, but it braces you. And then you smash off the second door and then kind of land on the ground. And then you're not doing a no 3-point landing, but you stand up and you fucking survive, which is nutty. So I gotta figure out how much damage to give you now. You're gonna take half, but you just took 30 miles per hour of bludgeoning damage. So what's that? Oh no, I don't want to calculate this. This is gonna be a lot.
Miles per hour in D&D is like so weird because like creatures can only go like the really, really fast ones can only go like 320 feet per second or some shit. Or 6 seconds.
I'm gonna use my falling damage chart that I have, which is basically based on the size of the object fallen onto and then the size of the object that's falling. This is technically a sort of strange way of falling, but Jace, you're a medium creature and you got hit by a gargantuan train. So you're going to be the lucky recipient of um, 96 damage. Could be worse.
Okay.
So you have that too.
So
9.
96, it did kill him. Oh my god.
96? No.
Not enough. Barely. Would it be possible to use my spectral defense?
Hang on. What's that?
Basically, sir, when I take damage from an attack, I can use my reaction to give myself resistance to all of that attack's damage on this turn.
Okay. So rather than the original 26 damage you were going to take, you're going to take 6 bludgeoning damage.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So yeah, you jump into the air because you were partially ethereal when you hit that. Some of that kinetic damage transferred through your body and into the ethereal plane rather than actually harm you.
Nice.
So we'll say that like you didn't even get damage as you hit that first door. You just sort of moved through it ethereally and it slowed your travel, and you became solid and hit the back door at about half the speed. So, and you did it in a nice braced position. So that was about as best as someone could ask for, getting hit by a 90-mile train. But you definitely land prone. So you land here, and you're like, "Holy hell, that hurt! I'm awesome."
Jace definitely, like, as soon as he's laying there and kind of breathing, Brock is definitely dead. He's 100% dead. Why did I tell him to do that? No matter.
No matter.
No,
Yes, very sad. Anyway.
That could have been any of us.
Could have been any of us. Speaking of which, Tamlin, since you are the dimension door man, I'm gonna roll for where you end up on this train because you don't know what the interior looks like.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have you roll me just like a d20. Just roll me a d20. Let me know the number.
11.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say you guys appear right here. Vivian. You guys appear and sort of like fumble around inside of this like small room. So Jace, you're like, Rogue's definitely dead. Anyway, what's around here? And then you hear like a in like right ahead of you and like right in the stall ahead of you guys. And Tamlin and Vivian, you make it inside, but you guys fully just destroy that like little interior space. And you guys are in like what looks to be like a tiny quarters, like someone's like sleeping space. And you just it's destroyed. The bed is split in half from like Tamlin's shield smashing through it, and like the side table's broken from Vivian crashing through it. But you guys land and you make it without damage.
All right.
We'll catch up with the
Well
other two
done.
in a minute. I guess we're the Knights of the Scorched Earth now. The 2 veterans died.
Oh shit.
And Isolde, I'm going to roll for where she lands. Could be better. Oh, Isolde. And then you hear like another like boom, like up front. So what do you four do? We'll catch up with the other two in a minute because they're making their way in right now.
I get up and help Vivian to her feet.
Okay.
And then
It definitely looks like as you guys are getting up, it's definitely like you guys are like in the end game of Twister right now. Like as you like landed in there. Get your leg off of. All right.
And then I guess we'll peek out into the hallway there.
All right, you guys make your way out into the hallway. Jace, you making your way over to see them?
Yeah, so Jace, like he just like walks through the door, like pats himself off, like he didn't just fucking tumble and shit. Like,
This is like, how's it going, guys? And you just see some blood just like come out of his nose.
well, it would seem that us three were able to get inside less than scathed.
So really quick, Chase, as you're clearly going into a speech, you're like, what? As you like are you just kind of stop because you realize as you're looking ahead, you see the following sight past you. You see some ghosts. You see like the front mechanism of the train is like an intricate sprawling of metallic switches and buttons that are all alight in different colors, strange magical implements, lightning flowing through strange cords. But more importantly, you see these like worker looking folks, and they're spectral, they're ghosts. And you see the what looks to be like some kind of, I don't know, the guy, or sorry, the woman in charge, sort of engineer looking type, and all three of them are looking at you guys like, what the like, definitely like with like a what the fuck look on their faces. And you two would definitely notice this, but you also see this like worker sort of like leaned up in his bed looking at you guys with a look of like astonishment that you're here. For that's all I'm gonna say about that. But yeah, you guys see that you are not alone in this carriage. There is like quite a few ghosts that sort of come out to see what's happening, and then Isolde sort of like jumps out of her carriage with her sword drawn, with like a what the fuck look on her face a little bit. So that's what you guys see as you reunite. The whole train is full of ghosts.
Jace will look down the corridor and he'll say, is this the part where you punch our tickets?
You son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you make that joke? That's a good joke. I gotta hand it to you. It's, what is this, a fucking sitcom? Is this a noir? Is this a noir crime film? God
Laugh
damn
and
it.
the background.
My God, you have no shame. You hear the laugh track go, behind the screen, and the woman says, who are all of you? How did you get in here? What's going on?
Well, we're merely travelers, obviously.
Travelers? Are you sure you're not with the Queen's Guard? Like, you look like Queen's Guard. Are you Western Army? What's going on? Like, how did you get in here?
I don't know what to say. Off table, I don't know what that is.
None of you do. Nobody knows what the hell she's talking about.
I'm like, what the fuck? Like, do I get the sense that this would be a good thing if we were?
That's you don't. I don't know. Well, it's up to you. You could either like go along with it or try to go along with it, or you can be honest. That's up to you, Jace.
It's not our intention to disrupt the train. We're simply looking for an individual.
An individual? Okay. How can I help? Sorry,
no,
Bless
no
you.
help. No help necessary. We'll just move throughout the train until we find the individual we're looking for.
Make a persuasion check to see if they're just like willing to like let it go.
29.
29?
Yep.
She goes, Yeah, okay, if you're all, I mean, you all seem like you could be Western Army, I guess. Sure, go right up ahead, I think. Uh, are you here to save? Okay, sure. Are you here to save us? Are you here to help? Or any? I guess you're just trying to get out of here too. Okay, go right ahead.
It's all a bit
Thanks,
confident.
thank you.
As the back door opens, you see like a frazzled hair Trixie in the arms of a massive werebear, and like everyone, all of the ghosty
Fully
people
on.
are like, yeah. Uh, all of the ghosty people are like, oh, stop," and they point at Brock.
No, please desist. They are with us.
Is
You're
that
alive!
Oh, Spikes!
Brock, you're alive. Oh, I was so worried.
So you're alive! That train ran right through you!
You were
I
worried
know.
about Brock? He survives everything.
What? Don't listen to her, okay? Brock, you and I, we were there when the train collapsed over me, and you held it bravely.
The engineer's like, okay, now fuck that. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Did you guys just jump on the train? I mean, I know like everyone's trying to get out right now, but like, this is not. This is nuts. Whatever. Just get into the back cars. Just get out of here. This is the engineering room. Please, just get out of the way.
We're on our way. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll be back when it's time for our stop.
Your stop? This is a one-way train. What do you mean this isn't really like a stop kind of train? We're getting out of Siri.
We'll be back when it's time
Oh,
for our stop.
oh my god. Okay, make an intimidation check.
23.
Yeah, she's like, okay, yeah, sure, okay, yep, okay. Have fun doing whatever you're doing.
All right, let's go.
I'm like walking next to Brock with like my hand on his back, like, oh, buddy. Oh, man. I was so afraid that it had gotten you too.
Oh, it kind of did. Check this out. And I like lift up like my belly flap.
And your belly's fine, but the hair is gone. Like it fully like you got a haircut from the front of that train. Like your belly's just like missing hair.
Is that like a new style, or
The train took it from me.
then we must take it back?
Must take it back. There's a little bit of Brock at the front of this ghost train. All right. As you guys move into the next train, you find yourselves in the next carriage, and it is like just bench after bench after bench, like tightly packed with people who are like holding on to each other and crying, and people like sort of like freaking out. All of them ghosts, all of them spectral ghosts. There's children, there's but they all seem to be poor people, and they're all sort of like freaking out and scared and like crying, and some people are like walking around. As they walk around, they sort of like go invisible and disappear, and some others sort of like reappear from invisibility, but it's just stuffed load with like several dozen poor individuals. This is the steerage carriage, and people seem to be terrified.
Mm.
Of us?
No, of something else. They like see you guys and like, yeah, there's an initial like, oh my god. Actually, no, Brock, you're a fucking Winterbear. You turn around, open the door, and people are like, ah! Like freak out.
Relax. Queen's Guard.
Fear not, everyone.
Make a deception check, Jace.
Okay.
Queen's God.
This might actually be the worst thing that I could have done, but
It's fine.
everybody's just gonna get up and start fucking panicking and going ape shit. Hey, 15.
15. They're like, okay. I just kind of like they're a little startled by Brock, but you can see that they're clearly distressed by something else. Like they're terrified of like something. They're like, it's going to be okay. The train, it's the fastest way to get out of Syria. We're gonna get out of here without any issue. And they'll be like, yeah, that's what like men are telling their families, and women are sobbing, and you see some half orcs that are like very finely dressed. You see like a couple of gnomes who are like pushed up, and everybody's just like shoved into this cart, like literally shoulder to shoulder. And as you walk through, you're like walking through people, like ghostly people.
Let's move through quickly and try to be comforting to them.
Yes.
Maybe you should lead. Tom.
Me? Sure.
Very well. I am here. Incredible. Tamlin jumps to the fuck is this shit?
Ooh,
Boss music?
it's getting intense now.
All right. That's pretty cool. We'll save that for later. We're gonna save that one for later because that was pretty cool. It's like, what the fuck?
Where I was like, what the is that?
Dares to play with my soundtrack. All right, you guys all move through the train. The fuck is all this shit? Just play the train, man. There. You move through the next carriage. You move into the next carriage. You see more of the employees inside. This seems to be like a mess hall of some kind, where like food is prepared and such, and like the crew. It's a mess basically. And yeah, the crew's all crammed in there, and they're working to like cook food, and there's still a couple of like citizens in here who are packed shoulder to shoulder, and they're all like, "Who are all of you? Is that a bear?
Who, me?
Everyone,
Oh my gosh, she spoke.
it'll be fine. Calm down.
Really? That's a bear.
He's a friend. He's
Yes,
a friend.
it is.
And you guys they're like, okay, but what are you doing here? What are you doing in the mess cart?
Oh, God, how many times must we explain?
Just passing through.
Every cart probably. Well, you're not supposed to be here. This is for the workers.
We're just moving through, heading to another car.
You're from steerage. You got to stay in steerage. Have you paid for second class?
Oh, we're not paying
Paid?
travelers.
Yeah, this is a lightning rail train. You've paid this. You just came from the steerage cart. Have you paid for? I mean, we're already full up in second class. Do you have second class tickets?
We're probably
Maybe
just gonna
this
pass through
sounding-
second class.
What do you mean pass through second class?
Okay,
Come on,
Well, you
let's
can't
go.
go-
listen. We
Are you gonna
we
stop
are
the
King's
bear?
God. We are
Wait.
King's God. Please make way for us while we investigate the train.
Queen Scott, what the hell is going on? First this new passenger, and now this? What is going on?
Where is this new passenger?
That's who we're looking for.
Well, you were there for all the commotion when we were getting out of the station, right? This new passenger came, and what?
Duh. Tell
You just
me
asked me a question.
where the new passenger is.
He's at the last cart in first class at the back of the train. He's in the
Thank you.
caboose.
Service to the Queen. Please step aside.
Make a persuasion or intimidation check.
Shit.
So I don't care if you're a ghost. We'll resurrect you and then kill you again.
I can do it.
Jeez.
15.
I like how this party decided we're not fucking with these civilians. They're already dead. They don't matter. What'd you get?
15 deception.
That was persuasion or intimidation.
Shit. Well, same. I think it's the same time. Let me.
Oh, okay, cool. He goes, fine, I'm no god, fine, just mean, you're gonna get in trouble, but whatever. And he just kind of gets out of the way.
Wait, get in trouble by who?
Well, I mean, he brought his the last passenger brought his he brought all kinds of warriors and gods and stuff with him. So I
Good. All right, let's go.
and yeah, you guys just kind of push through, and they're all like, "What is going on?" I'm gonna put your minis down when it matters because it's hell to try and move all of you through this train. But anyway, you guys move through. You guys get to the next cart. You see, this is definitely like sort of like a lounging cart. It's definitely of a nicer quality. There's cushioned seats. They're basically like booths, like sort of like a ring around booths like you'd have at a restaurant. But this it's jam packed in here as well, and it looks like people of like great like aristocratic refinement have been pushed in with like the middle class too, and they're jammed shoulder to shoulder again. Again, it looks like the cars have just been stuffed with people. And you're making your way through, and some people are like, I say, you're making your way through. There's elves and humans and dwarves and all kinds of goblins, and you guys are making your way through. All of them very strangely dressed, some similar to Lana, many in different styles, and you just kind of keep pushing your way through.
How similar to Lana?
Pretty similar in many ways.
I think they got blown up.
And I, based on how they're talking, I don't believe that they are aware of it, which is tragic in of itself.
Like they don't know that they're dead?
That's what it would seem
I
like.
don't believe so.
Whoa. Like Bruce Willis.
Who is Bruce Willis?
Yes, the great Bruce Willis.
Like a great
The arc Fae Bruce
spellcaster.
Willis.
Yeah.
Oh boy. The arc Fae of hard deaths.
Of seeing
Of
dead people.
fuckery. The art of fuckery.
Oh boy. One very aristocratic looking fellow, a half orc with a monocle, and very ostentatiously dressed with like a strange tattoo on his arm, says, "What is this you say about someone dying? Did someone die in the cots up ahead? How horrible to be so close to steerage with all the disease and whatnot. Who are all of you? Are you here to clear out those buffoons in first class that we might have our rooms back?"
Yes. So please stand aside and let us pass through.
"Oh, very good, Sir Knight, very good." And he gets right out of the way. You guys keep going. The next section you make your way through looks to be like second class, like actual rooms and whatnot. And like, again, jam the fuck up, jam packed in here. As you make your way through, people are scared and trying to comfort one another, crying, terrified. Doors open, you keep going. You guys find yourselves in like a cargo room. Keep making your way through there. You guys find yourselves in another sort of working carriage. You see the people in here, though distressed, seem to be like working really hard. The employees here are like cooking and getting stuff clean. They're like, okay, he wants this over there. You best not upset him. And they're working really, really hard. And they go, "Oh, who are all of you? Whatever. Are you with the passenger? Fine, just go through. Just leave us alone. We're trying to work here." And they go back to working and cutting up. And they go, "If they need to hurry, they're going to be pissed on if they do." And they're just like seem to be anxious about getting their work done.
Is there a Gordon Ramsay one who's like calling one of the workers like an idiot sandwich?
"You fucking dumb pig," says one of the chefs.
Roll!
"You got to sear the meat. You got to keep it close and keep it hot." And you guys push on through. It sounds like. Stop me if you want to. As you open up this door, you notice a much nicer carriage, much larger, much nicer carriage here at the back. As you push on through, you open the door, and boy, do you see some strange creatures. As you open up the carriage, you're definitely in like first class. Marble flooring, fine torchlit exterior, magically lit torch exterior. But the hallways are filled with these strange undead creatures that are not ghosts. No, sir, they are not. You see these horrible, like they're humanoid. They're horribly thin, like malnourished zombies. You can see their rib cages, and you can see like the muscle, the bare muscle and bone formation. Like you can see like their full like hip situation, like just like horribly anorexic, like concentration camp style, like crazy. They have these horrible. They're wandering around, and they all have 4 to 6 arms each that do not end with hands, but instead end with these like serrated praying mantis like pincers.
Fuck, dude.
And they all look at you and they go, and they open their arms like they're like somebody seeing a loved one they thought was dead for years, and they're seeing them again for the first time, and they all open their arms like they want to hug, and they come charging at you. I need everyone to roll initiative. That Shadowfell arc. I love my horror games, guys.
Oh my god, dude, that is fucking creepy.
It's time to put him down.
Put them boys down.
Like
all these motherfucking ghosts on this motherfucking train. All right. While you're rolling, let me get a marching order. Who wants to be at the front? Who would reasonably be at the back? Tamlin sounded like you were leading.
Yeah, I was in the front.
Yeah, so you're in the front.
I'm probably right behind Tamlin.
I'll be
Okay.
behind Brock.
Got it.
I'll be behind.
Jason, sound like you're doing a lot of talking. I'll put you next. Vivian, you wanted to go next?
That's all right.
Okay. Who we got left? That's it.
Solid.
Yeah, Soul will go after the back.
Okay.
All right. Ooh, not you. Let's see. This is a dimly lit cart, by the way. I'm just gonna put that up there really quick. The lights are just like very faintly flickering in there. Okay, let's get initiative going. Okay, 25 to 20.
23.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, very nice. How about 20 to 15?
17.
17. What was that, Jace?
I think you rolled a 16, if I saw
Yeah,
it.
that's what I heard. What did you get there, Tamlin?
4.
4. All right, that's initiative, folks. And everyone, you're allowed to push your turns backwards if you want, because we are in a bit of a line. It makes it a little difficult to move. So I'll just put that out there if anyone wants to. So we're starting with you, Vivian, second to last. What would you like to do?
You know what? Just to start us off, I will fire off 3 Eldritch Blasts.
Okay, I will say there's a couple folks between you in the front there. If you wanted to go 5, 10, 15 and push to here, you'd have a clean shot.
That would be great.
All right, 15 feet gets you right there. You've got a clear line of fire. You want to just shoot the first guy?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
All right, so that was an 18 on the die, so 28.
That'll hit. Yep, roll me all your shots. Just get those right out of the way.
All right, so that was a 28. That was a 21. Oh fuck! And that's a 1.
The first two will hit. The natural one. Reroll and see if you hit. I'm gonna just roll here. See if you hit Trixie.
Okay. It's gonna be an 18.
18 hit
Yep.
Trixie? Yep. All right, roll damage for 3 of them. Trixie's gonna take 1. The first guy's gonna take the other 2.
Sorry. Trixie takes 13.
Damn.
And then the guy
Oh, he's
takes
getting hit with friendly fire.
11 and 15. So 26.
26 damage. He'll take it.
Sorry.
Good job. And he, as he comes running towards you. I just want not to be lost. As he like runs towards you, as you blow holes in him. He seems to not care, but wants that hug anyway. Wants it bad. Anything else?
Can I pull back?
Yeah, you had 15, so 15 there, 15 back.
That would be great.
Cool. All right, that's Vivian. Rock. You're right there, buddy. What do you do?
I am right there. And I'm a bear.
You're
They
all
want
there.
hugs.
They want hugs.
I'm built for hugs.
All right, he goes charging.
I'm gonna charge in. I'm gonna rage.
All right, 20 or 35 feet gets you up to the first guy who just got shot a bunch of times.
Perfect.
All right, you're going to rage.
I'm gonna rage. I'm gonna roll my thing. 10 on the d20, nothing. 3 or a 4 for my surge. So either intangible spirit or magic infuses one weapon of your choice. I think it.
Oh, we're like a half hour overtime, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
We're going into initiative.
I know. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought I looked at the time and it said
He's
11,
turning
but I guess I was looking at it said
midnight.
12.
I mean,
Shit,
I'm
sorry
gonna
guys.
keep going, but-
I'll tell you what, Brock. Finish off this turn and we'll go. My brain said 11, but it was 12. I'm sorry, everybody. Finish off your turn there, Brock, and then we'll pick it up next session.
All right. I'm going to conjure a. With my wild magic surge, I'm going to conjure a exploding pixie.
Hey. She goes, "Where do you want me to go? I love this job."
Right in between these front two.
Okay, the benefits are great for this job. And she pours gasoline on herself and lights a match and goes flying across the battlefield.
Perfect. All right. You want a hug? Here's a hug, and I'm gonna make a couple unarmed strikes with my claws.
Go for it. Go for it.
Recklessly,
Recklessly.
because of course.
Because of course, God.
Okay, 25 to hit.
25 will hit.
Okay, so 11, 16 damage.
Okay, as you slash into him, your claw almost seems to like, as it hits his skin, you do the full damage, and then the shadows sort of like from the dim light seem to almost like move into the wound and just close it a little bit, giving him resistance. So how much was that total?
16 total.
16 total, bring it to 8 damage.
That's fine.
All right.
I'm gonna do
Another
it
one.
again.
Yeah. Yeah.
19.
19 will hit. Roll me some damage.
Uh, 7 plus 8, 15. Half to 7.
7 damage. Thank you. Yep, you take 7 damage again. The shadows seem to protect him to a certain degree. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep, that'll be the end of my turn. Pixie blows up.
Pixie blows up. Dex saves, I believe.
Yep, dex saves. DC 15, I believe.
They will both save, unfortunately, with an 18 and a 17. She goes, the life insurance benefits are to die for. And she drops it on herself and blows up. But it seems like the shadows almost seem to swallow the flames. And then you see the individual in front of you with like its 5 serrated arms goes, thank you. He just tries to hug you, and that's where we'll end the session. And before we end the session, let me just send you guys a picture of what you're fighting.
Oh, was I wrong to go in? Did I fuck up?
That's what
I don't know. Let's find out.
Is this the fuck up? It wasn't
May
standing in
not
front
want
of
them
the
to
train?
touch you.
He's just lonely. That's all.
Yo, Ryan, like, I definitely noticed that we were past time, and I was like, huh. And I was like, I'm not gonna say a fucking thing.
That was a good session, you
I
guys.
love
This is
that.
awesome.
Yeah, that ended up being pretty funny.
I was like, I'm gonna get
And
my
well
fucking
timed for
money.
for Halloween time.
Yeah, I definitely meant for that to happen. I think I did actually. But I think I was like, you know what? Shadow fell in October, baby. Let's go. Yeah. There we go.
It took us a couple weeks to get there too.
Yeah, you guys are well, you guys had your downtime and then like the new characters all showed up. But yeah, you guys are on a ghost train. Look at you.
I'm glad we got
that's
on
the
that train.
that was the Lana arc right there. The last train out of Siri.
The lightning rail.
Yeah, the last lightning rail train out of Lana's. She was gonna find out who blew up fucking Siri, and I was like, she's gonna love this. And there's like a paladin with like a evil sword in need of retribute or in need of
Redemption.
redemption.
I was not trying to be difficult.
I know you weren't.
All kinds of moral problems with unleashing, death and destruction to go in and get a sword.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I just that's just what I've ended up prepping, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
And you know something? She loves it, and fuck, maybe you guys go to Eberron.
Maybe.
What if we just keep taking this train?
To be honest, Eberron doesn't sound like too great of a place right now. So
actually, Corvair is fine. It's just the country of Siri that no longer exists.
Yeah, it's just about like a giant, massive sliver down the middle of the entire continent that's surrounded by a ghost wall.
Right. That's like saying like, oh yeah, the United States is fine, but like,
Texas is fucked.
Texas is gone. Like there's zombies. Like
there's a big Texas-sized crater.
Well, not even Texas. What's above Texas?
Oklahoma.
So Texas and Oklahoma, probably. If we're doing a size comparison, it's like Texas and Oklahoma are like ghost evil, don't go there. But everything else is like ready to enter civil war.
But they're okay.
That's.
I mean that's how
fine.
Everything's
fine.
Yeah, they're fine. They're still corporeal.
Yeah, they're still corporeal over there for sure. They got war forges and undead armies and stuff. It's great. I actually really like the Eberron setting, guys. Like Corvair's pretty cool. It's like a perfect setup because it's like the place is on the brink of war. What's up? You reach level 10. Here's some war, baby. Now you get to be war heroes
or criminals,
or war criminals.
Well,
there's a lot of potential, man. There's the demon wastes where you could go like fucking, and then there's the whatever they call them, the aberration lords that wanted to destroy the world. Those guys are cool. Then there's the Valinor elven warriors and the halfling dinosaur riders. So it's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's go to Eberron.
Nah, man, if
Forgot
I was
about all
doing
this
Eberron
shit.
again, I would have to be like a full ass campaign. I'd be into it. I've done like a Eberron arc for another game, and it's a lot of work. There's a lot to see and a lot to do.
There's just the lore is amazing.
Yeah, the lore, shit, that's some thick lore you got.
3 C's.
That's some thick lore. Absolutely 3
All right, I need to get out of here, guys. It's